Okay, it is 6 p.m. and I guess we have enough members here to go ahead and get started with the January 12th Zoning and Facilities Committee meeting. Members present are myself, David Moore, Mr. Atkinson, Ms. Kinzer, Mr. Beaver, Mr. Dudley. Also present are Ms. Powers, Ms. Morency, and Mr. Pennis. Everyone has a chance, as I'm assuming everybody's got the software up for our meeting and had a chance to look at this. We do have an agenda in front of us that has been proposed. Stan, was there, I'm already forgetting things we talked about. Was there anything we need to add on to here?
We did send you a request this afternoon to add to the agenda a recommended funding for the design of the new elementary school to at least fund the schematic design. I think we
This isn't special call.
we emailed everyone a copy of that.
We're on the Zoom facilities.
We emailed everyone a copy of that. It will be on the screen. We did not bring
Okay.
a paper copy of that.
Let's see here. Let me put that in. Well, there's no, let's just put it in towards the end there.
The end would be fine if you want to.
So item 11. And you said you do have the documentation to show.
The documentation will be on the screen, and we emailed
So that
you
will
all a
be,
copy. Yeah, it will be in the, she's got it to add to the agenda.
so architect fees for the new school. It's
Architect fees,
listed.
yeah, for, architect fees for the new school.
All right. We'll add that as item number 11.
Okay.
Any other changes or additions, or is this, anyone make a proposal to adopt this agenda?
I move we adopt the agenda.
Thank you. Thank you. With the addition, correct? Okay. We do have a motion to adopt the agenda by Ms. Kinzer. Do we have a second?
Okay.
All right, we have a second by Mr. Atkinson.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, we've got a board member who needs their password changed, and we have to do it from Jerry's computer, which doing the agenda. We good? He's got it, okay.
Ms. Kinzer.
Please vote now.
And also, since Mr. Bates is voting, it would be obvious to state that he is now present for the meeting. And that did pass unanimously. Okay, we also have, item number 3 here is going to be approval of the December 1st committee meetings as well as the January 5th committee meetings minutes. Mr. Bates has a motion to approve those, and a second by Mr. Atkinson. Do we have any discussion on that motion? Okay, seeing none, we can vote when ready.
Please vote now.
And that did pass unanimously. Okay, moving along to the next item, item number 4, we do have the 10-year facility plan presented by Dr. Register. I don't know if you need a few minutes to get that up on the board for any presentation we have. Good to see you again, Dr. Register.
Good evening, everyone. It's good to be with you. See if I can get the, we have a PowerPoint that, yeah, here we go. It's been a pleasure to work with your staff. I'll only recognize 2, and I'll ask Ryan and Joe to recognize those folks that that they've worked with. But Dr. Marzak and Mr. Breeden have been especially helpful. I look at the numbers and read the numbers, but I like to eyeball the schools when we're going around. So Stan did a great job of chauffeuring me around the county to look at schools and to visit a few of those. We're very glad to be presenting this study to you tonight. I have two folks with me. You know Joe Edgens. Joe's been here several times. Joe's the facilities expert in our group and capacity expert, and I'll make just a few very general comments in opening and then turn it over to Joe to talk about conditions and facility conditions and capacities. We won't spend a lot of time on that. We'll try to make a pretty concise presentation and then save the majority of the time for questions and answers that you might have. You have heard Joe in previous meetings explain some of the methodology that he uses in developing his work. Ryan Latimer will take a little bit longer. I think it's very important that you understand the concepts and the research that goes into the enrollment projections. We're projecting enrollment 10 years out, and that's a tough one. But very sophisticated approach to doing that. And since Ryan hasn't had an opportunity to talk to you in detail, he's going to present that methodology to you. Regardless of the recommendations that we make, I hope you find the data that we've given and the clarity of that data to be very valuable for you. And we hope that data will stay with you over the next decade or so, so that you can count on that. Just a very quick overview and the findings. We did have a statement written in the front of the presentation about findings that we made, and I'll make a couple of very high-level points. As you recall, I mentioned when we first presented that you're going to experience two pressures, and our research and our work certainly confirms that. The two pressures, if I can work this, are ongoing enrollment growth. That's a real challenge. That's the urgency that you face right away, and you have that. And also the condition of older facilities. And if you'll recall, when we talked about this, we talked about trying to balance those two challenges that you have and trying to deal with both sides of that equation, if you will, to address those concerns. In growth, the enrollment in the Spring Hill area will require additional capacity at all tiers, and we'll get into the specifics of this as we go through the report. Elementary expansion is an urgent need. In 5 years, the elementary enrollment will exceed capacity by, it'll be 134% of capacity. That's over 700 students more than the capacity of the buildings. And in 10 years, approximately 170% of capacity. Middle school enrollment is also a concern. That will exceed capacity within 5 years. The infrastructure at Spring Hill High School is a real concern. I know that one of the surprises that the staff here saw when we started presenting numbers was that the capacity at Spring Hill High School is actually larger than enrollment there now. The problem is the infrastructure is not in that building to support that enrollment capacity. So there is a need for supporting infrastructure at Spring Hill High School so that you can utilize the classroom space that's available in that building now. Some rezoning at the elementary level, and we're not talking extensive rezoning, but but there is room for rezoning, for using the space that you have in the Columbia area, and a little bit of relief for the Spring Hill area, and we'll talk about that as we go through that. And then another one that was that's pretty important to consider is looking at balancing middle school feeder patterns. Potentially your two big high schools, the two Central and Spring Hill, can sustain enrollment for a decade, but it's important to balance those feeder schools feeding into those. If there's not some correction done there, then there'll be a misalignment on size, and Spring Hill will actually grow beyond capacity, and Central won't reach capacity. That's not a hard fix, I don't think, and we'll talk more specifically about that. The facility condition index is an important piece of work, and I'm not going to speak to that except to just refer that to Joe. That index was developed for this study, and it really gives you an objective way to look at the method for determining replacement versus renovations. That's an important calculation as you make really hard decisions, and of course many resources that go into that. The facility condition index gives you that comparison of what does it cost to replace a building as opposed to renovating and operating over time. The replacement or significant upgrades of 4 schools is needed within 5 years. This is the facility condition report. Baker, Brown, McDowell, and Mount Pleasant Elementary all have facility condition indexes that warrant replacement. And then 4 additional facilities will need significant upgrades between years 5 and 10. Mount Pleasant High School, Hampshire, Whitthorne, and College Hill. We can talk more about that as we get to the recommendations. The condition of the facilities work that Joe did was based on the EMG report, and we've used that. Now I'm going to ask Joe to come up and talk a little bit about the facilities condition and capacity, and then we'll have Ryan come up and speak to enrollment projections. Joe? It's this one right here.
Okay. Okay, thanks. Thank you, Jesse. It's good to be here again. And I'm not going to take too much of your time because I think at least twice I've explained the basic concepts of conditions and capacities, but I wanted to kind of go over at least part of this again. All right. As Jesse says, the condition index assists in objective prioritizations of replacement versus renovation. It also helps prioritize these things in a timeline, which you should do first, you know. And I used the EMG facility assessment you had done. I thought it was an excellent, actually, document they provided. A lot of times, and I've mentioned before, what you'll do is when you're having an assessment, you're looking at a snapshot of how the buildings are right now. And you say, all right, every school you've got right now, this is what it needs to bring it up to a certain standard. And you compare that to what the cost of a replacement building would be, just the construction cost, not necessarily the entire project cost. It includes furniture and everything else, but just the construction cost. And what often, if you're running close to 50%, or you're having to pay 50% of the cost of a new school to renovate it, you're getting pretty close to where you might want to look at replacing the school, you know. But that's what we looked at. The difference with the EMG report is they looked at, rather than a snapshot of right now, they looked at for 20 years what you need to do for 20 years down the road. So I had to take that data and say, all right, what in the first 5 years, what's the total cost of what that's going to be? And they were inflating at 3% every year. So what it's going to cost in the first 5 years for all the renovations you have to make to bring it up to par. And then I'd say, all right, I would compare that to what the cost of a replacement facility was at the midpoint of there, because some of it was inflated just 1 or 2 years, and others 4 or 5 years. So in the middle point, I did the same thing at the cost for 10 years compared to the cost of middle 15 and 20 years. So you had I developed an FCI, Facility Condition Index, for 5, 10, 15, and 20 years. Of course, this report, we were concerned mostly with the first 10 years of it. You know, that's what we were doing. But I thought you had excellent data there, you know, is what I wanted to point out. And the conditions too far. So that we had a 5-year, 10-year, 15, and 20-year, and you can see where Baker, for example, has a 36, 39, 44, 40. It's below 50 the whole time, and there's several of them, the 4 that Jesse mentioned, have real low scores. And you'll see some that may have a pretty decent score one year, and then it drops off considerably within the next 1 or 2. That's when all of your major systems are going to have to be replaced, really is what it is, usually what it is, your plumbing, your electrical, mechanical systems, some of your finishes even. You know. But I thought this is a very good tool so you can have a comparison to say which facilities need to be renovated or replaced and at what time frame. The next thing I looked at was capacity. And as I mentioned before, your capacities, when I first started, I asked, you know, where did your capacity numbers come from? And most people said, I don't know. Even talk with the principal, said, I don't know. In fact, I got a call, said, tell me what the capacity of your school is. And I thought, how do I do that? So they went and just counted the rooms and multiplied it times the number. Well, what number? You know, did you count all the rooms? Did you count the rooms? What size were the rooms? Were the rooms that are used for storage right now? So you didn't count them as a room, you know. So what I said it needs to be, what you need to have is you need to have a capacity that's based on your instructional model, what you're doing, how you're teaching, and how you're using those spaces. So I had great help here from Beverly Miller and Scott Gaines. You know, I asked them, I said, we have little small scale floor plans of each, but they weren't to scale, but they were the floor plans. Those 2 individuals knew the floor plan. They knew the facility. They knew the principal. They knew oftentimes the curriculum that's being taught there. So I said, please, in fact, they volunteered, go out and identify every full-size classroom we've got. I mean, you know, not the half-size of small spaces that could be used for some kind of breakout space, but full-size classrooms. Identify the ones that are used also for special education. When we got into high schools, okay, also identify the ones that are used for CTE. In fact, we brought in the lady that is over CTE, and she identified those specific rooms because you have a different teacher ratio for each one of those things. I think I used a 12-to-1 maximum for elementary for a special ed. We used an average 21 in elementary schools because you have 20-to-1 at K1, 2, and 3, and 25-to-1 at 4, and it averages out around 21. And then you have the 5th and 6th grades at 25, the 7th and 8th grade is 30, and then you have the high school is 30, except for the CTE is 20, and then the special ed is 12. So we created formulas knowing exactly how many classrooms they had and how the building was used, and then we used also, after added up all those numbers times the spaces and used an efficiency factor to say you may not work out exactly. It's really a little fudge factor. You have a little bit of fudge right there. I think we used a 95% efficiency factor at elementary schools and a 90% at middle schools. And there's a different formula for elementary, middle, and high school. So the important thing really, though, now is that you have consistent numbers. Every elementary is calculated the same way, every middle school is the same way, and every high school is the same way. So all of your capacities are calculated equally now. So you ought to have very consistent numbers. And that's the real critical portion of it, because when I came up here first, I said the 3 important components, the most important components, I think, of a facility plan are the conditions and the FCIs, your capacities, and then your demographics, your growth. And from that, you can begin to make recommendations. And so those are the pieces, you know, like I said, I had a whole lot of help always from Stan and Dave, and especially on the conditions side. Stan even sat in on most all of the capacity meetings I had, you know, and so your staff has been tremendously helpful. But those are the main components that I worked on until we got into recommendations. Now, that's just the points I want to make, because I've been over how we've done it before. So I just wanted to, go over those points with you right now, and I want to turn it over now to Ryan.
Thank you. It's good to be back out here again. Let me advance a few slides and then I'll start. As Jesse mentioned, I did want to thank a few people. Paul Keltner with the Columbia Planning Department, John Pewitt with Spring Hill, and Debbie Bowmans with Murray County provided a lot of help in coming up with the new developments that you're about to experience, where they were located and potential lots and the remaining lots and a lot of that work. So I wanted to thank them. And as Dr. Register also mentioned, I'm going to kind of walk through this, kind of explain the methodology and the process that I've used. And so what this slide's really kind of showing is to kind of see where you're going to go, I needed to have a better understanding of where you've been. And so as you're well aware, the county's experienced quite a lot of growth in the past, gone from 81,000 residents, and they're projecting around 96,000 by 2021. This study's gone a bit further. One of the things that we did in kind of looking at this is we reviewed several studies that were shared by the planning departments here in Murray County. And then I also researched demographic data from a company called ESRI. They're an international GIS firm. They're kind of the Microsoft of the mapping world. And they employ a lot of demographers. And so this is kind of where this chart comes from, is looking at their data. And it's basically, it also shows that Murray County's had about a 1.66% annual growth rate, and that's what they're projecting out here. And these projections are in line with work done by the Metropolitan Planning Organization, which is projecting that your county will reach about 102,000 people by 2025. And currently, roughly about 14% of the population here is a K-12 student in your school district. And this chart's just kind of summing up the growth here. As you can see, your elementary school tiers experienced the most growth over the past 5 years, and followed by the high schools and then the elementary schools. Your school district's actually seeing slightly more growth than the county at whole, about 1.71% versus what the county's seeing. And these enrollment numbers were provided by your staff. And then this kind of starts to get into more the meat of it. It's looking at all the new development that's coming on. And so as I mentioned, those planning departments shared with us the kind of the units that are coming on. And as you can see, it's quite a lot. 4,800 units, predominantly in the Marvin Wright and the Spring Hill Elementary School zones. And all told, which I'll get into how we calculated that in a minute, but those units are projected to add about 2,000 new students to your school district. And we looked at about a 5-year build out when we factored it into the projections. Some will be a little quicker than that, some will take a little longer, but that's what we felt was a good benchmark. And the student generation rate, I briefly mentioned this when I was here in August or September, whenever we were here last. But a lot of different school districts across the country and other planning departments kind of use this figure. It's essentially a way of looking at new development and trying to figure out what the impact from those units is going to be to the school district. And so for this study, the overall factor here is about 0.33 students per housing unit. And so that basically breaks down to about 0.14 elementary students, 0.10 for middle, and 0.9 for high school. And so if a developer proposes about 100 units, you can look at, you're going to have around 33 students. You can look at those factors a little more in detail. Some developments will generate more students than others. You know, if it's a high-rise apartment complex or something that's maybe catering more to millennial kind of crowd, it's probably not going to generate as many students as a single-family neighborhood with, playgrounds and walking trails and that sort of thing. And so some districts look at them in different ways. We just kind of looked at it as an aggregate. But we did split it up and looked at it by Spring Hill, Columbia, Mount Pleasant, and then the county at large. So depending on where the development's going on, you can get a little bit different rate. And then that kind of number, so we, in looking at your kind of the cohorts, for every school we kind of calculated what the trend was for their entry grade. Then we factored in what the average cohort survival was, so how many first graders move on to second grade, third graders move on to fourth grade, that kind of thing for each school. And then we factored in those student generation rates for the new development, which was around 2,000 students. And so as you can see, you're going to grow to around 16,000 students by 2026, the end of this study. It's a little bit more of the population will be in K-12 than currently. Instead of about 14, it'll jump to around 16 by that time. And again, we just factored in kind of a 5-year build out, so you can see that most of the development will peak at about 2021. And then after that, it should be back to kind of the historical growth rates that you've seen. And then I kind of started my career in mapping, and I always like the way maps tell a good story. And so this is essentially taking that capacity chart that was in Joe's slides and kind of putting it to a map, so you can see where you're going to have excess capacity, where you're going to have more growth. And so as you can see in this chart, and to just explain the color scheme, the light to dark green are schools that are under capacity, orange are schools that are functioning within their capacity range, and then the light red to the bright red are schools that are going to exceed capacity. And so with elementary schools, Baker, McDowell, Marvin Wright, and Spring Hill are going to experience capacity issues in the coming years. And potentially Howell. It was one that we kind of called out. They've had an increase of around 200 students there over the past 5 years. And so while we didn't see a lot of new developments coming there, that's a pretty high growth rate. And so it was just one of those that we felt should be monitored going forward. In looking at the middle schools, Spring Hill Middle School is going to experience quite a bit of growth, and at high schools as well, Spring Hill. And then I will turn it back over to Jesse for the recommendations.
Okay, thanks, Ryan. We'll go through these pretty quickly, and I tried to highlight in the narrative part some of the specific recommendations that would be, and that one's hard to read, but I think you have a screen of that that would generate some conversation. But this spreadsheet is the big spreadsheet that shows all projects over a 10-year period of time. And there is one correction on this. Whitthorne Middle was listed originally in year 1, and we had moved it to year 4. We could do that, and it didn't make it to this last print. We have that modified, and I think you have a modified version of that on your screen. Postponing that renovation frees up a little bit more money for some of the other projects. But this is a comprehensive recommendation. I think one thing that's really important to note is that you're front-end loading in 2 phases a lot of the new construction, a lot of the growth that you need to add. And once you get past those first 2 phases, the annual capital needs vary from a low of, I think, 1.8 million up to about 12 million. And so every year you've got maintenance funds in there. I've had a couple of questions about how do you prioritize, how do you know whether a roof should be replaced in year 1 or year 5, and you can't be exact about that. Systems give out at different times. A strong recommendation on our part is to expect that Stan and his team will need to make adjustments from year to year. When you plot these programs out like this, you can adjust that within the funds that are available from year to year as you go forward. We will talk about phase 1, which we're recommending to start, and you'll see the balance that we've talked about trying to keep in phase 1. The first is to build 1 new elementary school to replace Baker and McDowell. It may be a surprise to some of you that McDowell's projected to grow. We do see that growth. So that 1 elementary school would recommend to be at an 800 capacity. That's the largest capacity that we recommend. And this is a perfect example of how the facility condition index is instructive. It shows you that building 1 new elementary school to replace those 2 elementary schools over time is quite a good use of resources rather than sinking a lot of money into 2 older buildings going forward. Our recommendation would be to research both of those sites, to study both of those sites, and make a decision about where to locate the new elementary school. A site analysis is important in that area, along with the other thing that should be done is to look at where your children live and where the growth's projected, so that you put it in a good place. Those schools are located pretty close together, so site analysis is pretty important in that regard also. We know that there's been a conversation about the capacity at Wright. We recommend that expansion. There are obviously different ways to go on that. The expansion that you're considering, I believe later tonight, would add a capacity of 160 students there and raise the capacity at the school up. In addition to that, we recommend building a new elementary school in Spring Hill. That's the most urgent need that you have. That's where numbers will get unmanageable the quickest, and that new elementary school will be needed. Of course, it takes a few years to build an elementary school. The expanded capacity at Wright should help with that time period. Phase one also includes expanding the infrastructure at Spring Hill High School. In round figures, you have a little over 1,100 students at Spring Hill High School now. The enrollment capacity at Spring Hill is calculated by the formula is somewhat over 1,600, but many people at Spring Hill High School think that it's full now and crowded now. The problem there is infrastructure. The cafeteria can't seat the students now. The auditorium's not big enough, and ultimately you probably need a classroom wing there. But a classroom wing and infrastructure improvements would right-size the high school and potentially create a high school there at Spring Hill that will be in 10 years about the same size as Central High School, about 1,900 students in each of those schools. And that's the reason for that recommendation. That infrastructure at Spring Hill indefinitely postpones the need for a second high school, which will generally run you about $40 million. So the opportunity to use that money in other ways is really important. Total phase one estimated cost is $49,700,000. In phase two, we have some other recommendations that we would suggest you consider. We would recommend renovating Joseph Brown in phase two. It's a school that the facility condition index is poor there, but the school can be renovated and remodeled and used, and it's in a position to serve elementary elementary students in the Columbia area going forward. This is one that may generate some conversation. Mount Pleasant Middle School is an excellent facility. It's underutilized. The elementary school needs to be replaced. What we would recommend is converting Mount Pleasant Middle School to a K-8. You can put an addition there. You can build an addition of classrooms that would serve early childhood grades very well and utilize the space that you have there. If you look at the capacity numbers and the percent utilization at Mount Pleasant Middle, you'll see that it's underutilized at this time, and it makes for good use of those facilities. K-8 schools are good schools. They work very well. We also recommend in phase two the addition of a new middle school in Spring Hill. We identify a number of 750, an enrollment of 750, but to build an infrastructure that would support 1,000, and that would give you an opportunity to add classroom capacity going forward, but have the infrastructure in place to handle that. And infrastructure, you all know, but I'll just repeat it for people in the audience who might not know what I'm talking about. It's cafeteria space, it's gym space, it's auditorium space, it's restrooms, it's kitchen space. Those are the infrastructure that's the infrastructure that you need to be able to add classrooms without overcrowding a school. Total estimated Phase 2 cost is $34,912,000. We have some other recommendations for you to consider in Phase 2 to better utilize the facilities that you have. I mentioned earlier feeder patterns of middle schools. At the present time, Cox Middle School is a split zone. Part of the students at Cox Middle School go to Columbia Central, and part of them go to Spring Hill. Would recommend reassigning all of Cox Middle School feeder to Central High School. What that does is, if you look at the numbers and plan out and look at where your high school enrollments are going, is it feeds the sufficient number of students into Central High School to grow it over time to about 1,900 students. That's 10 years out. If that split is not made, then the Central High School enrollment will not grow to that extent, and you'll have an overcrowded situation at Spring Hill High School. With that split, with two middle schools, that's a new middle school in Spring Hill and Spring Hill Middle School feeding Spring Hill High School, and two big middle schools in the Central District feeding it, then you'll see standardized growth in both of those two schools. We do recommend a continuation of the study of enrollment trends in Santa Fe and Hampshire, and there are a couple of reasons for that, and I'll explain that. If you look at the enrollment trends at Santa Fe, the trends downward. And in fact, over a period of time, Hampshire and Santa Fe now are showing about the same enrollment down the road. Santa Fe is a school, though, that is located next to your growth area, and we don't know, and I think you probably don't know yet what the General Motors expansion is going to do for potential housing in that area. And also there's no need to spend a lot of money on Santa Fe right now. It's got a pretty good facilities rating. It needs, a few years down the road, 5 to 10, you're going to spend some money on it, but you don't have to next year. And so taking a good wait and see there to see what happens with your high school enrollment is pretty important. Hampshire, there are plans for and you've had conversations about a magnet-type program, and Hampshire also is okay on your facility condition index for the first 5 years, so you can, there's no harm in taking a wait and see what happens to the enrollment at Hampshire. Right now it's projected to go up a little bit, but that remains to be seen. We also recommended deferring a major renovation here on this site until you decide what you want to do with the building. Is it a special purpose school? Is it a building design intended to be used for non-instructional purposes? There are different ways you can go with that, and that's not for us to recommend. It's for you to consider that. But major renovations really should be done based on what the facility use is going to be. There was one other question that one of you raised about considering putting fifth grade back in elementary schools. Those numbers are that's pretty clearly an additional cost. And it's we figured that the additional classrooms that you would need to do that would run about $16 million total to add capacity at all your schools to house grades K through 5. The other side of that equation is that your middle schools, for the most part, are underutilized now. And if you took fifth grades out, then they would be more underutilized than they are at the present time. That concludes the general remarks I wanted to make. We'll be glad to answer any questions you might have, and I'll call on the guys to help me who really know deeper than I do what we're talking about.
Thank you,
Mr.
Dr.
Chair.
Register. I appreciate that. I'll just go ahead and open this up to committee members or board members if they have any questions. And I see Mr. Bates has his light on.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Rester, and thank you for your team. I think you all put a lot of thought and time into this, and we really appreciate your time bringing us this professional report. And what I'm going to do is probably start with you, Dr. Rester, and maybe work my way backwards as far as some of my questions. The phase one that we went over, where the estimated cost was around $50 million, is that y'all's recommendation when you say phase one? Is that try to do in a year, or do you recommend trying to break up phase one into many phases?
We would recommend. We think these are the most urgent needs that you have, and of course, it's dependent on funding. $49 million is a lot of money. We know that you have some funds that are available now, but that would be a conversation with your funding body, with the county commission. But we think that's a good start. Now, of course, you can't spend $49 million in 1 year. It takes 3 years to build out most of these projects. So, but your county government would determine how to buy bonds. But we would recommend a $49 million amount to start, because the planning needs to start on all of these now. If you look at the projects that are listed here, they're all projects that you should start. The second year, the $34 million is I call it a phase two. You won't need $34 million in the second year, but you need to start planning pretty quickly. Second year, third year, to do these additions and renovations, if you look at what they are. So cash flow, cost flow, and working with your bonding authority would advise you on when you should pass and sell that second bond issue.
Right. And I understand there's a lot of factors that none of us have any control over, but as far as the need, is it your and your group's professional recommendation that as far as the urgency goes, those phase one items would be something that we would ask for funding in year one?
Correct.
Okay. Just heard some gasps, and maybe nobody's fallen out of their chair yet. So
the balance is really important. I'll use Baker and McDowell as the example of. That's a good example of the urgency for dealing with older buildings. You've got 2 older buildings, and if you don't replace them, you're going to start spending a lot of money on those right away. Okay. Their facility condition index is the lowest of any of your schools. So it's a smart investment of your money to go ahead and do that. You don't have to do it for capacity right now. Okay. So it's a balancing effort with expanded capacity that you need in Spring Hill.
Okay. My next question was for Ryan. Ryan, I was looking at some of your data as far as trying to figure out, and I know it's probably not an exact science. You're trying to do the best you can with historical data and information that you can get in order to start trying to project out what numbers are going to be in the future. But you're still, at the end of the day, you're kind of trying to read that crystal ball. Right. But one thing I did want to ask, as far as the historical data that you were looking at and the trends that you were seeing in some of that historical data, were you taking into account that maybe some of the schools you may see a huge increase in enrollment, but that may have been happened because of a rezoning rather than actual demographic change?
We didn't really look into previous rezonings, but the cohort survival should have caught something like that. So if there was a large bump that happened or a large decrease, I looked at the cohort survival over a number of around a 3-year average. So it should have caught something like that
Okay.
and played it into it a little bit.
And the reason I asked is because I think you mentioned you saw an increase in Howell. And the board did, I don't know what year it was, but we did rezone a lot of the population from Marvin Wright in the Spring Hill area to Howell. So that may be some of what you're seeing there was actually maybe not a sudden demographic change, but it may have been we shifted one population to another. So.
And that's part of the reason why we recommended that you just kind of study the enrollments going forward there, is because we also weren't seeing a lot of new development coming there. And
Okay.
so we thought that maybe something along those lines may have happened for that kind of 200 student increase they've seen since 2011 to 2016.
Okay.
And so the trend line just kind of picks that up and plays it out a little bit.
Okay. And then, Joe, I had some questions for you. One of the things you mentioned, I noticed in your report, was this efficiency factor, and you threw me off there. When you're looking at these capacity numbers, and I think it's great, and this is one thing I really appreciate, that now we have a formula where we're not guessing at capacity. It's very easy for the principals to go through the formula and calculate what the capacity is. But one of the parts of the formula was this efficiency factor, and some had 95% efficiency factor that you multiplied, and 90%.
Help you.
Help me out to
It's something-
understand that.
It's something that I questioned when we had a professional group do it for us at Metro, and I worked with them initially in about 2002. We've done it several times since. And the important thing is, like you say, you have a consistent capacity based on your instructional model, and it's the same formula for every elementary, middle, and high school, you know. But what we did was it's based on account of the number of classrooms you have and the number of students you have in there. But the efficiency factor is like, okay, the way it's explained to me is you don't always have an average of 21 in every classroom, you know. So let's just say it averages out a little less than that. You know, and so let's have an efficiency factor, meaning it's a little fudge factor. You have a little bit of cushion in there. If I says you have a capacity of 500, you probably have 5% more than that, really. You know, and because you never have it exactly work out with the right number of kids in every classroom. Now, I told the people that we were working with, I said, yes, that's true, but you could have that. It could be. So the maximum, you ought not have to have that efficiency factor, but it's just really a little bit of a fudge factor because you don't always have things work out with 21 in each class or 25 in each class or 30 in each class like you're calculating on.
So is it maybe in some ways for a teacher, how many kids are going to be sitting in that class? That's going to ebb and flow, and so there's a little bit of a cushion there.
It's a little bit of cushion for that.
Kid moves in, and here's 3 more kids show up in the classroom.
That's the way it is, especially in the elementary and middle school. At the high school level, what I did, the way the efficiency factor came in is that you said, I was told that you're going to try to go to a 7-period class day, you know. And so I took 6/7 of that, so you'd have a 1/7 of the classes vacant all the time, so each teacher would have a planning period. Really what it was.
Okay.
So that's where the high school one came from.
And then the other thing, Dr. Rescher, Joe, the capacity index or condition index, I think I understand it, but I just want to kind of go through it with you real quick to make sure that I'm understanding it. I don't know if we can pull up the slide that has the 5-year facility condition index, or I don't know if you all brought that or not. It was in our packet.
Yeah. I'll get back to it quick enough. I have to get there. That's the average 5, 10, 15, 20 year.
Okay. And there was another sheet that actually gave, I guess, a little bit more
It's the
detailed
calculations,
information.
yeah. It's in this.
And if I understand it in a nutshell, I guess what you're basically doing is you're trying to figure out how much you're going to have to spend to repair the facility. That's the one big figure. And then the other figure is, well, how much is that building worth?
It's compared
that
to the
property's
cost of
worth.
replacing that building.
Or the cost to replace?
The cost to replace,
Okay.
the construction cost to replace that building at the same size building.
So I either got a choice, I can either put the money in to do the repairs, or I can just replace it.
Right.
And so you're basically trying to figure out what those two numbers are. And so that's, looking at, like, for example, well, let's see. We'll use the first one on the list, Baker Elementary. So what you list as far as what the repair cost is going to be through years 5 is around $4 million. And then you're comparing that with the replacement cost, which you all estimate at 6.5 million. And so
where-
you're basically,
yeah, right.
you're figuring out a percentage of how much repair cost is to the replacement
Correct,
cost.
correct.
And I see you've got one column, it just gives the percentage. I think it's like 63%.
Uh-huh.
That's basically represents the repair cost equals about 63% of what
Correct.
the replacement cost is.
Yeah, and
But then
so
the index flips it.
And the reason I flipped that
Yeah.
is a lot of people say the true FCI is probably looking at it that way, but you see a school that says 63, I tend to like to have the better schools have the higher numbers. So if you only spent 10% on that, I'd rather score be a 90. So I'm
Okay.
using the inverse of that, yes.
So you
I'm
take
just
like 63% of the repair cost to the replacement cost. What is left over is that 36%.
So it has a low
That's what
score. It has a low
maybe-
score. That's exactly
okay,
right.
so much value. And I think you mentioned before kind of what the magic, I don't know if there's a magic number, but the number you're looking at is when that's around 50%.
Yeah, 50%. If it gets much more than 50%.
So if I'm looking
you're
at a
probably looking
building
better
and
off.
I'm thinking, okay, I may have to spend about 50% in repairs of what it's going to cost to replace it, maybe I need to start thinking down
Thinking
the
about
line of
replacement.
maybe I just need to replace it. So,
And as I pointed out a little while ago, that's the cost of the construction. It isn't the cost of the total project. But you also, if you do the whole total project, you're getting new furniture. I calculated new furniture. The numbers I have in here count new furniture, design fees, all the types of things, new playgrounds for elementary schools and all that. So that number would be higher.
okay. So I think I've got it so far. I think I understand the comparison. And what I want to do now is just try to go and get down in the weeds just a little bit of the data that you were using to do those calculations to come up with these indexes. I guess the first thing is we have, when you're looking at a building, is how much is it going to cost me to repair it? And as far as those numbers that you have in our report, you all, I guess, primarily or exclusively relied upon what EMG said.
I did. Now, I had to modify those some because EMG used some data. that-
Year one.
Actually, well, they gave I went through every book. You had a book on each school.
Right.
You know, and I went through every year for every school. And I plotted out in a spreadsheet, 20 years worth of cost year by school, so I know exactly what they were going to have there, but the cost was. But I found that they also used RS Means cost guide to price some of the things that didn't have an exact price on it. It's a national pricing tool used by architects
Right.
and engineers, but it's based on a national average. So there was a factor based on Columbia,
Right.
this area that was 0.79. So they take whatever that cost was in 0.79, and this is what your cost is. I found there were 9 schools they didn't apply a factor to. So I had to go back and adjust those 9.
So you fixed their numbers
So
a little bit.
I fixed their numbers a
Yeah,
little bit.
okay.
So the total numbers we have is going to be a little bit less than what they had.
Right.
I fixed their numbers a little bit. And then I would add up what they said, all their costs through years 1 through 5, compared to what it would cost to replace that building of the same size at the midpoint of 1 through
Right,
5.
right.
And I did that the same thing 1 through 10, and 1 through 15, and 1 through 20, but compared to the cost. Because each year, the cost I'm using of construction of a replacement building, I'm increasing at 3% every year, too.
Gotcha. But as far as, so the replacement or the repair cost, you primarily just relied upon
Yes.
their numbers. You didn't go back and say, I don't know whether that electrical really needs to
No,
change
no,
or not.
no.
You just assumed that all
I
that number.
assumed they used, they use electrical engineers, they use mechanical engineers, they use specialists in each of those fields. I'm an architect.
Right,
I
right.
know a little bit about all of it, but I'm a generalist,
Gotcha.
So I didn't go in and check I assumed their data was correct, so I thought it was a very thorough report, really.
Okay. And then, so once we kind of get our arms wrapped around of, we know, have a good idea of what it's going to cost to do the repair, then the other thing we need to be looking at is, from a board standpoint, is, well, if we don't do the repairs, what is it going to cost us if we just build a new school? I mean, that's it in a nutshell.
And that I have included in the recommendations. That's the cost, that's the total cost of renovation. That includes, and I gave Stan some data we use, not only does it include, it includes the surveys, you have to do surveys, your design fees, your project management fees, any kind of testing you have to do, including new kitchens and kitchen equipment, includes playgrounds or athletic fields and all that. So
Right.
the total cost of construction is included in the numbers you're looking at in the
And as
spreadsheet.
far as the replacement cost, when I was looking at the numbers, I was trying to figure out the math of, okay, so much square footage, and this is what your estimate was. What I was roughly, it looked like to me is basically you were estimating about $150 per square foot
We
to
used
replace it.
$140 at elementary school, $155 at middle school, and $185 at high schools. And that's what Stan and I worked together about what costs are here and close to what costs are in Nashville too. And just
Right.
this regional cost really is what we use.
Right.
And then when you see it comes out a little bit, average a little bit different because I'm inflating it, and I may be using it in the third year of inflated, and that's why it's $146 or something.
Gotcha. But is that just like is there like a book or something? I mean, it's kind of an industry standard to use those numbers?
No,
or is there-
it's costing right now. It's about what the costs are. It's what the cost of your latest bids have been, what the cost of bids in Nashville have been in that kind of range.
Okay. And I guess, and of course, what I want to do as a board is, and I think this is great, to be able to compare these numbers, because that's what we need to do is our due diligence. So figuring out, okay, this is what it's going to cost to possibly do the repairs. And on the other hand, if we replace this school, this is a rough cost of what it's going to cost to replace. And then we can make that decision. Is it around that 50% or is it, we got
Yes.
a little bit more value?
Yeah.
And I guess the one thing that's, when I was looking through that, the thing that's causing me a little bit of heartburn, I guess, is today, we're getting ready to have a special call meeting, and we're getting ready to approve possibly $6 million for an addition on Marvin Wright. And I did check with Stan, and where I could try to figure out roughly what is that costing us per square footage. And if I understood Stan correctly, the addition that we're putting on is 18,500 square feet. Of course, that includes some cafeteria space and that sort of thing.
That does, and that's, 18,500, that's
Okay.
correct.
So when I do the math of what we're, the 6 million that we're getting ready to spend, that's equating to what we're actually going to be spending for that particular addition, about $324 a square foot. Now, it could be
Could I
that.
just interrupt, please,
Yeah.
Mr. Bates, just to say that also in that there is some renovation of the existing building, so that's not all money being spent on the new building. There's some renovation to actually renovate some classroom space and to relocate some special ed place because in the new wing, there's 7 new classrooms, but the net addition is 10 new classrooms with the renovation. Now, I don't know how that breaks out. It also includes some money to build a road around the back of the school. So all of those monies wouldn't fit into that square
Right.
footage.
And I did
don't
go, and
know
I tried
exactly
to,
what
and of course,
those
we
are.
don't have a breakdown, but I tried to do some further analysis of what the renovation, the classrooms and the cafeteria renovation, what the budget that you all have presented is $4.6 million. Then we also have the loop road, and I would assume that no matter what school we build, we're probably going to have to have some construction costs as far as the road. So that seems to be a pretty reliable number. That's about what the budget says is $4.9 million. If I divide that out by the amount of square footage, that's around $269 a square foot. Now, I guess what I'm trying to drill down to is I'm a little bit concerned, and I hope you all understand what my position is as a board member. I'm concerned that because of the market that we're currently in with construction, Nashville is, I was in Nashville last week, or actually this week for depositions, and they're building everywhere. And we're seeing the growth in Williamson County. We're seeing in Spring Hill. We were told by Hewlett Spencer just very recently that one of the reasons that maybe the cost was higher is because they're having difficulty, I guess, getting their go-to people because they're all so busy on other
Subcontractors
things.
so busy.
Right. And so that's the only thing. I want to make sure that when we're doing this analysis and we're doing this evaluation that we have, I just want us to go into things with eyes wide open.
And,
Yeah,
and
and-
you should,
right.
because I used current rates that Stan and I talked about that you're getting now, I also talked, the most recent things you've had bid. I used Nashville because I'm still working there part-time, I used bids are we receiving? What would you use for square footage cost, to cover? And these are current now.
Right.
It's so volatile, the construction market is now.
Right.
It does like
And
this, you just
I
can't
appreciate
tell.
that, and I appreciate what you all have done, and I think y'all have done a fantastic job, and it's very difficult to, at the end of the day, come up with a good estimate. I guess what my concern is that we may be, in some situations, put in a position where we're thinking,
Yeah.
hey, we're comparing, I could spend this much money to do the repair, and then we're thinking that, I can get away with just replacing a building for this. But then when we go through the process of bidding it out and when the numbers come in, it's a much bigger number. And so instead of a 50% index, it's actually maybe the cost to replace is 75%, that index. So that kind of changes those
It could,
things. And
but
so-
as you're saying, that construction, you're saying, well, we could do the renovations at this cost. We realize those are all subcontract prices too. They are also going up.
Right.
That's your mechanical electrical. So it's going to go up just like your overall construction is, because your overall construction is made up a lot of that.
Right.
That's what the biggest expenses are of your construction,
Right.
And so it's going to be going up the same way. So we're trying to give you what the best guess is we have right now for current pricing.
Right.
And that's why I try to work with Stan and his staff, and I went back to what we're doing in Nashville now and say, it's the best guess now. I've had times where, suddenly your construction pricing is going up 10% a year.
Yeah.
And then I've had, like, during the downturn in 2008 and all, for a couple of years there, we were getting things that had been costing $125 for $95 a square foot.
Right,
So
right.
it-
And that's,
it's like-
right, and you're right, it's a fluctuating thing. I'm just, again, from where I'm sitting, I'm dealing with actual,
Yeah.
what we're getting ready to vote on. I know the actual numbers, not an estimate, not a guess. I know what the actual numbers are. I also know that Hewlett Spencer gave us one budget, and actually, when we got the final proposal, it's gone up some. So it's not like just leveling off, it's like within a few months it's escalating. I'm just, and
Again, I try to be
it may not
consistent.
continue, it may not stay that way, but I just think it's something as a board, I think as part of our due diligence, we just need to
You
make sure
have
that
to,
we put some
and-
thought
and,
into it.
I try to be consistent in using numbers that were current now, but, 2 months from now, 6 months from now, I don't know, but I had to give you the best guess and be consistent about how I priced elementary schools, middle schools, and high schools. In fact, I use an estimating tool that I shared with Stan that we use at Metro, where it has 2 pages worth of breakdown of the various costs, and I said, all right, some of these at Metro, like lead certification, we use, y'all don't do leads, so I don't have to fill in anything there. This kind of inspection, you don't have to have it down here. So, all these categories, I said, which ones apply here and which ones don't, and what's a fair square footage price here and what's not, And we came up with, the pricing actually, square footage cost here is very similar to what we have in Nashville. A couple of them may be a little more expensive, but we sat down with Stan before we started all this, say, what's your latest bids look like? What's it look like that your current ones are going to be? So it was the best guess we have right now. Best estimate we have.
Right, okay, I appreciate it, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Bates. Mr. Dudley?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Years ago, the school boards, previous school boards, we tried to come up with designs for our schools that were going to be very similar, where we didn't have to reinvent the wheel each and every time we get ready to construct a school. It's obvious that at Marvin Wright, we missed the calculations some because we found that our core capacities need some work. We didn't have enough cafeteria room and restroom space and this and that. But now with us doing the addition there and balancing things back out, and then with the middle school, I think, do you find Spring Hill Middle School to be about size appropriate with core capacity versus classroom there?
I don't remember that one specifically, but one of
It's our newest.
Yeah, I know which, and that one, if I remember correctly, the square footage cost, or the square foot per student is what I need to look at. I think where I got that. It's in the
It just seemed like we struggle each time we look at construction, is trying to figure out our core
Well, one-
capacities versus classroom size.
One thing that would
needs.
help is, and Stan and I have talked about that, we have educational specifications in Metro for all of our size, like elementary schools, here's how many classrooms and what size your cafeteria should be, your library should be for a 400-student elementary, a 500, 600, 700, 800, same thing in middle schools, and each space. And so, if you develop that, you're not necessarily building enough schools to justify that at times, but it sure is helpful, because that's what I use sometimes when I was trying to calculate what we needed. For example, when I was calculating what we were going to have to do to make Mount Pleasant Middle School incorporate the elementary school, I said, okay, you've got this many classroom capacity left over. I need this many more to accommodate the elementary school. But on top of that, I need a playroom for them. and I need another library for them. I need to increase the size of the cafeteria to all. So I looked at our educational specifications, which gave me that. That's what over the times you hadn't necessarily had that unless you didn't have a standard, and so sometimes it wasn't always up to par. What the square footage should be, but you're looking at. Spring Hill Middle is right at 154 square foot per student, which is right in line.
Okay.
We were putting about 155 square foot per student in there.
Well, I mean, going back, even you mentioned, one of you mentioned in your report that Spring Hill High School, it's not balanced out.
No, it's 111 square foot per student, and the others are, and Central, for example, is 161, which ought to be in the 160 to 170 range anyway.
So, I mean, I'd love for us to come up with some models. I mean, I know there will always be some differences depending on site and maybe the use of the school a little bit, but
Your educational specification give you that model, and I'll be glad to work with Stan on them. I told him I'm glad to share anything we've got in Metro with him, just so he'll have some basis to start with.
Okay. Thank you.
I appreciate it. I've actually got a couple of questions here on this. Actually, I've got a bunch of questions, but I'll try to narrow it down. One of the things Mr. Bates actually touched on, and I think to Ryan for some of the numbers, projections, and I just wanted to comment on that too. I know you mentioned, and two of the ones you mentioned, actually Spring Hill Elementary School and Randolph Howe, I think both were impacted, one directly and one indirectly by the change we did to rezone. So I think that may have bumped the numbers up, because I was noticing that Spring Hill Elementary, and I know some of that's going to be based on the housing projections there, is one of the big reasons, but that one kind of went through the roof, so to speak, as far as numbers. But again, I think some of that too may have been impacted by some of that rezone we did. There was some shuffling that may have bumped a few of those years up, but I appreciate your explanation that said that it should have been accounted for, I guess, as you worked through several years' worth of numbers.
Right. When doing a cohort survival, it's important to kind of look at what the average has been over a certain timeline, and that would somewhat lessen the impact of a kind of a one-year bump up or down.
Okay. All right.
And so the other part of it was just a trend line kind of off the entry grade level. And so in most of those, I kind of tried to look at and make sure it kind of passed the smell test a little bit. But if there was a rezoning that happened, we could go back and take a look at it. But I think with especially Spring Hill, you're going to see such an amount of new development coming there that it's going to have a lot of growth in the next 5 years.
Okay. One of the things for Dr. Register, I know and I appreciate that you had brought the numbers back as far as the where fifth grade ends up being
Right.
with them. One thing I wanted to ask, though, as we're looking at, because there were several changes here we were looking at, and I definitely understand that would really, from a cost standpoint and looking at the current utilization of our middle schools, that really makes kind of the numbers there even worse if we were to go moving that around, and actually exacerbates the elementary school issue. But thinking of it from another direction, what about as we're looking at adding elementary schools? Is it worth considering, I mean, we're already talking about a possibility of a K-8 model and some other variations. Is it worth considering kind of having using that model moving forward and then a potential to shift at a later point? Is that something you guys looked at all, or was that just not really explored?
Not in Spring Hill. And we didn't, because the middle school numbers over the next few years is going to pretty much necessitate a second middle school. You'll have two middle schools that are pretty good size, so we didn't really consider that there.
Okay.
I guess one factor, and we actually, the last time I was here, we had a little bit of a conversation about this, is a question of, so how large do you want your schools to be? And we've had a conversation about this. We've got one recommendation for a 700-student elementary school in Spring Hill. We're recommending an 800-student school here, and that's a big factor. I'll tell you what we ran into in rapidly growing areas in Nashville is that building small means you have to replicate them much quicker, and it's more efficient to plan a larger school. I personally think an 800-student elementary school works. You're talking about one or two teachers a grade level more, and you can build an infrastructure that's very, very manageable for that size. I would not recommend going over that, but it can save additional construction in the future if you look at that 800 student range. That's your decision to make, though, not
Okay.
ours.
Well, I definitely appreciate that. Another one is you had mentioned about I hate to call it a rezone, but it was more of a rebalance as far as that. I was interested, I know something as a board that has just been thrown out to us at various times was looking at possibly rebalancing the entire county. And now I noticed in your recommendation, it was just portions and certain schools. Do you have any input on that, on why you wouldn't look at kind of rebalancing the entire county at that time?
I'm not sure that there's a lot to gain there when all of the schools that you have are going to be running near capacity. What are the advantages? I think in the elementary schools in the Columbia area, you can better utilize those. And one specific recommendation I would make is as you go forward in elementary schools, is that you look at rezoning part of the bottom of the Spring Hill District into Riverside. It's closer to Riverside, and you've got capacity at Riverside. But what makes sense? Where does it really give you an advantage and better utilize the facilities that you have? The elementary schools here, that rezoning, restructuring of your middle school feeder patterns at the two high schools is one that I strongly recommend you consider. It will save you problems 5 years, 10 years down the road in your high school enrollment. It's really good to make those long-term decisions like that. There are some other zoning issues that you could consider later on, but we didn't really get into looking at that.
Okay.
That was not the purpose of our study, I don't think.
Okay. Another one I had was, and I know one of the recommendations as you were talking about, and I'm sure some of my fellow board mates will groan when I bring this up about the addition. In part of that, one of the justifications of that was that it would delay the need for a second elementary school.
Yes.
As I look at the numbers, especially the capacity of Spring Hill Elementary being one, and all of the schools in the Spring Hill area, it still seems like within the 10-year period, we're either really close or going to need a second elementary school anyway. Does that not? Am I missing something there?
I think that's potential. I think it delays that need 2 to 4 years, but it also gives you 2 to 4 years of time to use that money on other projects and come back to that. A concern I have, if the alternative is to add temporary facilities, temporary facilities generally, it's so hard to take them out once you put them in. And if you think about the addition at Wright is a 160 student addition. If you think about putting temporary facilities in to cover that, that's 160 students. And so what's the decision? Do you leave them there, or do you reduce your capacity in the area by 160 when you build a new elementary school? And that hurts you going forward. That's a judgment call. It really is. But I do think and I've run the numbers out to 2024 for all the elementary schools in that area and looked at both scenario. And I do think it saves you 2, 3, maybe 4 years on having to consider a second elementary school in that area.
Okay. I definitely appreciate that. I guess when I look at that getting back to the facilities condition index, it almost, that's kind of the way I'm weighing that, is when I look at the cost of addition versus the cost of a new school. I mean, based on the numbers we've got now, it's kind of almost at that 50% number if you want to look at it that way. To me, that's the way I look at it. But I appreciate you doing that, so it does push it out a few more years. And I want to clarify one thing too, and I think that was important as we look at real numbers. I think Mr. Bates brought this up. Joe, as you had the numbers from where the year 1, year 2 projections, I just want to be clear, you were saying that, because previously we've been told some numbers on building, just some rough numbers. We're not going to hold anybody to them, but we had told some rough numbers that looked a little lower for building an elementary school or building a middle school than what the numbers you have. But what you're saying is you actually tried to factor in kind of an all-in price.
Yeah.
Not just building the building, but actually including putting all the furniture in, the whole thing. So that would explain why those numbers these are what you would consider to be more realistic numbers we should be looking at.
The number that's in the final spreadsheet across there.
Yes.
That is a total project cost for a new
Good.
school, where the numbers in the FCI is really comparing the cost of
Just the
renovations
building.
with just the construction
Okay.
cost. It doesn't include furniture and playground equipment and all that.
Well, I really do appreciate that as a board member, because I think as we weigh this, that's an important thing to keep in mind, that those numbers are kind of the whole picture, and we're not going to be, so to speak, nickel and dimed as we start looking at, well, this is one cost, but by the time we add in furniture, and then IT and a bunch of other things, it's going to go up and up and up.
And Stan has the spreadsheets that I've shared with him,
Okay.
the estimating sheet of everything I put in there.
All right. Yeah, I'll back off for now and let that go. Mr. Pennings?
As far as rezoning, if my memory serves me right, when we rezoned 137 students at the time we rezoned that. And what Mr. Bates says, I mean, if you're talking sticking 20 million in a building that's worth 40 million, you're 50%. You could renovate it with 20 million, in my opinion, you tell me if I'm wrong, because you don't want to spend the rest of the money to build a new school, and 6 months down the road, your old building found something else that wants to spend money on. Where compared to building a new school, now you are starting all new, your warranties, everything else. Thank you.
Any other board members have any questions on that? I do have a couple more if no one else does. I guess my question for Dr. Register, a couple of functional things with this. Clearly, there's a lot here for us to start to tackle and figure out what to do with. Let me get one kind of a high-level one. In your experience, and as we've started as a board to make sure we're putting some processes in place, how would you recommend that we look at revisiting this in a formal fashion, in a long term? I understand you wouldn't just let this sit on the shelf, or maybe sit there and never touch it again for the next 10 years. What would you recommend that we kind of put into place to review this, either on an annual basis or every other year or every 3 years? Look at reevaluating the entire thing. What do you recommend?
So we really tried to be very transparent. And when you look, for example, at the numbers that we have on enrollments, we give you yearly figures for every school. I check those every year. I go back and see how they compare to actual. And one of the real challenges that you have is are we right about projecting, and can you modify a building schedule if one school doesn't meet the capacity that you see, or certainly if it picks up, you might have to speed that up. The other is we talked about facility conditions. Check that out every year. Stan needs to bring you every year a set of recommended improvements. Don't defer maintenance just to build new schools. You need a few $1 million in there every year to do that, somewhere between 1.8 and $7 million a year to do maintenance, and look at how and track that on an annual basis. I think those two things are most important. And
something else is that the facility condition survey you had done, we did that at Nashville. I told our board, you really need to redo this every 3 to 5 years, because what happens is I found that okay, you go and you've got something with a fairly low score now, but you could a bad score, I say a low score, but it'll last a little bit longer. But then you've had to put a lot of money in it. So if it's better all of a sudden, So 3 years down the road, I'll do this again. I found one example. When we went through a spree where we were putting elementary PE rooms on. We didn't have them. That became a thing. We wanted to put indoor PE rooms, not full gyms, but for elementary schools. And so it got a bad score if it did not have that at all. We went through and we were putting in 2 or 3 a year. And then the same thing with a major re-roofing or a major boiler replacement, something like that. And I'd have to go through in my mind then and say, all right, each year when I did the thing and gave it to the board to what we were going to invest in, the FCI changed because I got to remember now, we did replace that roof, so I got to put that money back in there. I got to up that score, or I put that elementary PE room on there. So you got a new baseline every 3 to 5 years is what it is. So that helps.
And I think with Joe's numbers, when you look at the 5, 10, 15, and 20-year projections, he's factoring in some of that maintenance that will come. So
Okay.
some of those scores actually go up over time, but you're spending a lot of money to get those numbers to go up.
Understood. Okay. Go ahead.
I was just going to add that I've laid out the spreadsheets I use to do your projections in a fairly easy way. So as new enrollments come in each year, you could put them in there, and it would sum up new numbers. The student generation rates also kind of laid out in a similar way. So if you hear, hey, there's a 200-unit development going in on this school, you could quickly kind of calculate how many students that is and then kind of plug it into the formulas as well. So it should be something that you could maintain fairly easy going forward.
Okay. The next question I had again for Dr. Register, as a board, clearly there's a lot for us to start to do. And I know there's only so much you can bring us. You can bring us some recommendations. You kind of looked at the numbers in a vacuum, so to speak. The hard part comes when we as a board have to start to figure out how this affects our community, how this affects us, what we want to do. What would you recommend for us to do as a board? How do we need to start I guess, eating this elephant next?
Well, I would start with the Phase 1 recommendations and think about that. And, the challenge here is to prioritize how you use the limited resources that you have. I would certainly recommend that you present this to your county commission, your funding body, have conversations with them about that. I'll be glad to meet with them, with you, not by myself with them, but with you, if you like, and to talk about that and to talk about the urgency of those needs. And of course, the part that's the recommendations can vary. This is not the only way you can do this. It's our best thinking, and we'll be glad to talk about that more if you'd like to have that, if you'd like to hear that. But that's I would approach it from the standpoint you don't need. The great concern I have is that you get bogged down and don't know what to do and don't take action and don't make a recommendation. You're in great shape right now, considering how much you're growing, to know that you don't have schools that are already overcrowded. It's going to hit you. So the important thing to do is to consider this and then come up with a set of plans that you think are building plans, a set of recommendations that you think are most important, and go and get them funded.
Okay. Dr. Marzak, one of the things and I think I had brought this up to you, what I personally would like to see, and I'd definitely be open to other committee members discussing this, would like to see us pretty quickly sit down for some kind of work session based along those lines, where we as a committee start to decide how to start tackling these year one recommendations and how that fits in with what our plans are.
Yeah.
Is that something you can schedule for us, or maybe even work for Dr. Register to work with us on that?
Sure. Yes.
Definitely. Ms. Martin, did you have any input on that?
I just wanted to say that I think, I respect scope of practice, and I respect the fact that this is what you all do and that you've really broken down an awesome report for us, as well as a report that we had from EMG with our facilities maintenance, repairs, and things with them working with Mr. Breeden on this. It's just, this is a lot.
Yeah.
It's a lot.
Yeah.
And as a board, as a community, I was just, it's side pocket conversation saying, I personally have been in Maury County schools from pre-K to graduation. And you have given us a breakdown of how this looks. And to say it's 2016, and since 2000, we've only built 3 schools. And that's what you're giving us the numbers. And also we have discussed prior to that it's 2016, and prior to that, we have not done a good job with the repairs. So I hope that we maintain a relationship with you all and people that have done the repair list. And as our chairman for this committee has said, take the information and actually do something about it, because it's disheartening that we haven't, done what we should do. And now the number seems so huge, and now it seems such like a big deal, but it's because we haven't done what we were supposed to do before.
So I think you make a very good point, and it gives me an opportunity to say this. We've taken a big spreadsheet and a lot of money, and we've wintered it down to a phase one set of recommendations that aren't, it's a lot of money, but there's not really that much there. We recognize, and what's difficult is for you to take a report like an EMG report and digest all of that and to understand how to prioritize and use that. And so a lot of what we do in coming down to this phase one recommendation, phase two recommendation, and where to go from there is to try to give you something that you can make sense of. And also for your funders.
And not only that, Ms. Martin, remember, a quote that I said and have said for the last year or so since I've been here is, what we know now doesn't make yesterday wrong, it makes tomorrow better. You didn't have this information. Enrollment patterns, which you guys have been asking for a while, square footage, we didn't have that. Now we do, so we can make better, more well-informed decisions moving forward.
I guess along those lines, and I appreciate Chairman Moore going over some of these things, getting into workshop to figure out how do we, the process of going forward. What I would like to see us do is hopefully maybe around the March time period that this committee has gone through the process, gone through the phase one recommendations in order to put together a budget that will get us close to the budget time around the March time period, that then we can figure out what our capital budget is going to be. And there may be some additional items, not just the phase one items that you all are recommending. We do have these other maintenance issues that may go into that. So maybe that gives us at least maybe kind of a time frame of what we need to start doing to work through that, to get to that time point where we can then get a budget put together for our funding body. And so that hopefully will give us a lot of time for input and a lot of time for thought and hear from our community on some of these items. I would like to see that, us be transparent. I mean, these are real needs, and we've just got to try to put our heads together and try to figure out the best way of doing that. And hopefully everybody will understand that as we're going through these difficult decisions. The other thing that I was going to suggest, and I think is a great idea of Chairman Moore, trying to figure out an annual type review process, and it may be maybe there's some things that happen on an annual basis, and maybe other more intensive things happen maybe on a 3 to 5 year basis. I don't know what the correct time is, but I would ask that our policy chair put that on our next policy meeting, because I like to see some of these things in policy. I like us to review what current policies we do have as far as our 10-year plan or whatever capital plan that we have. I'd like to see us as a body to say it is our policy, and I don't want to micromanage things, so don't get me wrong, but as a policy, I would like to see these things being reviewed on an annual basis, that certain things happen and then are brought to the board on an annual basis. As far as what the correct timing of that is, maybe that's something, again, maybe we can study what our current policies are and maybe figure out, do we need to add some things in there? Just throwing out some ideas. I'm thinking that if we could do this on an annual basis, maybe around the October time frame, after we've got, and I think we may have discussed this a little bit, after we've got capacity or enrollment numbers, we kind of know what the new lay of the land is, and maybe then we can kind of do an update of what our conditions are of our facilities, and do we need to revise some things with our plan. So again, I'd like for us to study that a little bit more, maybe put some things with clarity in our policy. Mr. Breeden.
If I could just speak to that, when we reviewed and we recommended to you the TSBA model policy, there is some language in there now, and some of those that address some of these kind of things, some annual review of capital needs. And I don't remember, without going back and looking at the extent of that, but some of those may be some we can build off for that. But there is some new stuff in the things that we went through at the last policy meeting with you on that.
Go ahead, Dr.
Just real quick, and not only that, in order to gain feedback, when I was at my most recent RTM exchange group, I sat with a company called Thought Exchange. It's a software program that sits on top of your website, and they gather input and feedback either on specific initiatives or just general things. They disaggregate that data, and then they show you trend patterns as far as with vocabulary and terminology. So through our whole facilities plan, Thought Exchange may be a good partner to bring in, to sit on top of our website to give us feedback from the community about things they like, don't like, would like to see, things for us to consider as one possible options for feedback.
I appreciate that, Dr. Marzek. I know myself, with what Mr. Bates brought up, I think is important. And I think we can work with, I don't want to speak for staff too much, but I think the March timeline will work for us, and it does give us enough time, because I do think it's important to get some community input on some of these things. These are, like I said, these are some big changes for our community that we need to really weigh out, and I'd really like to have some good dialogue with our community about these things and decide if they are the right thing for us. If you think you can work with that, if you can go ahead and, Dr. Marzek, work with Dr. Register and see if we can schedule something pretty quickly to at least get the ball rolling on how we as a board want to lay that out to make sure we're ready by the March timeline so that we can have some numbers hopefully by then. If there was anything else on this issue, if not, I'm actually going to call a brief recess for about 5 minutes, and we will be back in here in 5 minutes. We ready to go ahead and get started again? All right. No, there's nothing to vote on.
You don't need a vote on that one. Okay, Jim, what'd you do with the agenda?
Actually, okay, we're going to pull this back to order. One thing, just for clarification on that, Dr. Marzak, it does have a recommendation for a motion on the 10-year plan. Is there anything we need to do with that, or I'm not seeing any action here other than just, that was just included? Okay. No, that's fine. So, no, that's perfectly okay. So, Dr. Marzak, you have our request to bring us back something, which would be a meeting date and kind of a schedule on that. So as soon as we hear from you, that we'll be calling that from the Zoning and Facilities Committee on. Next item would be going on to the capital projects report. That is also, let's see. So we got Hewlett, Spencer, Bell. I didn't know if they want to present anything or if they want to give me a big thumbs up and say we're on time and everything looks good.
I can give you a 60-second report.
That sounds great.
Because Mr. Chairman, members of the board, what most people are interested in is when are we getting in and are we on schedule? Our final punch for the kitchen and cafeteria is this coming Tuesday on 1/17, and we will be turning that over to the school system on the following day, January 18th. So if you guys seen the construction of the kitchen cafeteria, and it's a pretty incredible spot. So the school system will have that next week. The locker room areas behind the gym will be turning over around February 20th. And then the gyms will be ready, both gyms, main and auxiliary, will be ready about mid-March. A lot going on in there, laying hardwood floors, putting up goals, painting. So we're on schedule and moving ahead, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Mr. Dudley, you have some questions?
Yes, sir. Our water leak issue we had, have we had any more explanation as to what the cause was there, and that we feel assured that that's not going to happen again?
Yeah, we've had a team of folks on that, Mr. Dudley, and we feel confident that we shouldn't have that same problem. We did find out that one of the leaks was caused by an error by one of the subcontractors. They took full responsibility of that, and that particular portion came back clean, spent some money on GCA getting the tile waxed again. I remember on the first leak, I was actually at the building. We were giving a tour to another school system when the leak started. So we squeeged out a lot of water for about an hour and a half, but we got to it pretty quick. But yeah, the cause has been identified, and we feel pretty confident that that's not going to happen again. You got a team of folks with Train and Lee Company that are very attentive. As soon as this happens, they were on it. We had probably the second highest command of Lee Company there within the hour once the call went out. And there must have been another dozen people there working, finding out what was going on. We took a few days to look at it, but we feel confident that we've got it identified and that it's not going to happen again.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Beaver?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, yesterday, Betty Kinzer and myself, we went out to Central. Roger White, he gave us a tour of the cafeteria. It's beautiful. And he sneaked us into the gym, and and I tell you, it's looking real good. They're doing a great job.
Yeah, thank you. They are. Appreciate that.
Okay. If nothing else, I think in talking with Stan that we're going to delay the train report. Hopefully they'll be here.
They should be here any minute. They actually are doing double duties tonight. They are in an energy program with our neighbors to the north, Williamson County. They had a presentation there. They texted me at 7 o'clock. They were leaving their meeting, coming here, so they should be here. If we could skip them and come back to them when they arrive, we would appreciate it, unless they're just walking through the door. Boy, that's good timing. Yeah, my friend Randy Malden, who recently had surgery and is on a scooter, is coming through the door, I see. And join him, I think, is Owen Nevada.
Well, I would give them either the opportunity to speak now as completely as cold as you can be, or they can wait a few minutes.
We just got to your part.
I'll give them a few minutes if they would prefer.
Mr. Chairman, could we just go on to
Sure.
the project cost report that we have, and then we'll come back to them? Because
Okay.
it's just a short explanation that
We'll go
I
over
think
to
I
the-
need to
to
make.
item C there then.
And what I wanted to bring to your attention is on this report, it leads with the purchase of the property, and this does show all of the costs, including the due diligence costs that we've done for the property. The property is scheduled to close on February the 13th, so I think, Mr. Wolver, we had set pretty firm now that we're going to do that. The owners wanted to kind of get their stuff worked out before they did that, so as far as the things they wanted to remove from the property and stuff. So that's why they asked us to delay the closing date. I also wanted to share with you that a couple of weeks ago, I don't remember the exact date, we met with the Spring Hill Board of Mayor and Aldermen. Dr. Marzak and I and Mr. Moore was there as well, and presented to them an opportunity to possibly partner with us on this property. As you know, there are some unused parts of the property that we have not shown a use for. Some of that is in the floodplain, but floodplain land could be used for ball fields and park space, and they're interested in park space. That had been made known to us. They're looking for a place to build possibly a baseball complex, soccer complex, and so we presented them with this, asked them if they would like to make an offer to you on part of that. We shared with them the appraised value of the property in the floodplain versus what's not in the floodplain. Our civil engineering firm worked with us to lay out what that park might look like, and so we gave that to them, and they thanked us, and we haven't heard back from them yet, but we wanted you to know. Obviously, we can't speak for the board, so we were just giving them an opportunity maybe to make you an offer because we think there is some interest there. And so we made that presentation to them at the invitation of the city administrator.
If I could just comment to that a little bit, I know in listening to, and it just so happened that evening there was some another topic on there about some property they were looking at obtaining as well. And I think from hearing what they expressed of what the city of Spring Hill was looking to do was to obtain green space and to really maintain their identity as a rural community. I think this would fit in really well. So while they didn't give us any kind of guarantee or even an offer at this point, I think it's definitely fits in line with what I believe they just recently put together a 2026 plan, which is their long-term plan. I think this working with us on this would fit in pretty well with what their long-term plans are as a city. So, Nathan. Yes, sir.
Stan, could you give me that closing date again?
It's February the 13th.
February the
13th?
13th.
13.
Sorry, I can't hardly hear too good.
That's okay. I may be muttering.
Do you have any problems with the tenants getting them off in 30 days after that?
Mr. Wolver's actually been in contact with them. He could speak to that better than me.
Okay.
Yeah, we're expecting them to be out on that date. The sellers actually wanted to handle that themselves. Surprisingly, they wanted to delay the closing to give the notice the time to run, because I think once the tenant moves out, they want to get some of their personal things out and the barns and some other items. So rather than what we had thought they would want to do, which was close immediately and transfer that to us with some kind of post-closing agreement, they chose to delay closing to February the 13th to be able to take care of that themselves.
Okay, and also the farm, I know it's been rented out to pasture land. He knows.
That's right. They have put all the tenants on notice, and when we take possession, it should be free and clear.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Dudley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You just got through talking about the possibility that Spring Hill is interested in the floodplain. Now, if they were not to come through with acquiring any of the floodplain, our budget allows us to swing all the land purchase ourselves.
Yes, sir. We were given, you can see these first two categories right here, accounts for the $4.5 million. So the first one would show what we would be looking at for the purchase of property. The remainder would be used for the design of schools. That would design the elementary school. And also, we've already taken the money that's being spent on the addition to Marvin Wright. So both those could be funded out of that remaining money.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, nothing else on that one. We can move on to the next item, which is going to be like item 6, school nutrition 5-year replacement plan.
Do you want to go back to the train report?
If Train's ready to go, then we will back up and Train can do their presentation on that.
Let me just say, as Mr. Nevada is coming, that if you'll remember a few months ago, and I didn't put down the exact date, but Train volunteered, and there goes the taxi. Train volunteered to help us with the mechanical, electrical, and plumbing portion of the assessment. There were some questions about those numbers, and we felt like we needed to be able to prioritize those. So they have spent quite a bit of time at no cost to us, helping us go through each one of the schools and put together a plan of how we would begin to attack those things that were recommended through the assessment. There's some things he'll share with you will require further study, but some that they're ready to make a recommendation to us. So Mr. Nevada's here to go over that information with you. So we really appreciate what they've done to prepare that for us.
I think I got that. How's everybody doing tonight? Good, good. Yeah, I did. I stood up here and I said, yeah, we're going to do all that work and we're not going to charge you for it and everything. And then we're looking back and we're going, whew. Anyways, it's been fun and it's been interesting. I don't know if you wanted to back up and have me cover any of the status reports. We're down to just a couple of ongoing projects that are in play, and there's nothing really noteworthy to discuss. I know there's been a lot of commissioning going on and a lot of interaction between the train commissioning folks and the Maury County Schools maintenance folks, and I think in general that's been a pretty good experience. So I don't know if anybody has any specific questions with regards to anything that's going on.
I don't see any, so we can go ahead and move on.
Okay.
Next one.
So kind of recap on the audit process that we used. The actual file is an Excel file, and it's tabbed in chronological order with various levels of detail, and of course the starting template was the EMG reserves for MEP. And we spent a lot of time plowing through that, getting engineering support. We used the output of the train investment grade audit that was completed in 2013. We did a recap of all of the various extra items that you guys had authorized us to proceed with, as well as doing a recap of all of the things that Maury County Schools have implemented, themselves or by other means. And actually on November 21st, right here in this very room, we had an all-day session that included Stan and Dave and folks from Maury County Schools maintenance and train project managers and train technicians and our third-party energy consultant spent the day hashing through the various sites. And it was a lot of good discussion back and forth and help to prioritize all of this data. Because here's the thing, the EMG report, as valuable as that report is, you have to realize it starts with a fairly broad brush, okay? That our whole goal was, okay, let's take this and boil this down into what's really real and what's urgent versus what can be budgeted. So anyway, so after that 21st meeting, there was a series of additional phone calls and conference calls and emails, and from that we were able to continue to pare down and prioritize as to what really was urgent and what really needed more assessment, okay? And so ultimately, and I'm gonna have to walk up here just to see what I've got. So if we go to the next page, okay, this is some of the input you got tonight from Dr. Register's report. Incidentally, there was no collaboration. I have looked at that report, and this information is kind of like icing on the cake to that report. It provides yet another granular view and actually reinforces some of the recommendations in that report and gives you some more granular data to look at. And so, for instance, of all the Murray County Schools sites, there's 5 sites that have absolutely positively been identified that there's plumbing issues. And those 5 sites, the recommendations from Train, based on all of the research and conversations and the engineering that we've looked at this point, is we need to do on-site testing and evaluation of those 5 sites to be able to come back and tell you guys what the actual scope needed is to do. And that on-site work in these five locations, that includes cameras down sewage lines, you know, a very intensive evaluation process to see what's there. You know, in today's world, you can have bad wastewater lines, and you don't have to come up and replace them. You can clean and line and do all sorts of things, but until we get a real good first-hand handle, we can't actually tell you what that scope would be. But we can tell you that we could not support a broad brush recommendation to replace the plumbing system, if that makes sense. Okay. The next group was the electrical systems in the schools. There's 2 sets of recommendations here. One is, as Dave Hall would tell you and Stan would tell you, is every single school needs to have the main switchgear and the branch panels looked at, inspected, maintained, and tested annually. But if we had to really boil it down to what are the priority or the hot buttons, there's 7 sites that, based on obsolescence, need new switchgear, or we need to do a load analysis to determine whether the existing service is too small, or actually in 2 of these cases, it could be too big, and there's an opportunity to downsize during the replacement of the switchgear. So 7 is like, so here's the risk there at those 7. If you have a situation at school where you lose power and it's switchgear related, or you have to disconnect, there's a relatively good chance the switchgear won't reconnect, and you can't get parts for it. So that's the issue with these 7. Okay. From there, we got into the mechanical thing, and that's bigger than a breadbasket. And so we said, okay, so how do we pare that down? And we came up with recommendations of things that we know right off the top of the bat need to happen. There again, those may need to be adjusted based on, you know, decisions that you all need to make based on the Dr. Register report, what have you. But the way that we structured the mechanical recommendations were, since a lot of the sites already have energy guarantees in place, we can do that work using the U.S. Communities vehicle as a contracting vehicle, and you can get credit on your guarantee. So you don't have to get into amending the performance contract and all of those things to gain the benefit. And the speed to business going through the U.S. Communities process is much faster than going that other way. We also are prepared to forego like investment grade audit type activity on these selected scopes because we have enough knowledge that really all we need to do is go back and do some confirming site visits, get current pricing in place, run it through the U.S. Communities estimating process, gain their approval, and present those proposals to proceed. There are some sites that are listed where we're going to have to do some pretty good field work to determine exactly what needs to take place. I can almost do these off the top of my head. So Mount Pleasant Middle School, you guys have actually, we're under contract and we're in the middle of doing engineering, and we expect to be able to produce a proposal to you within the next 30 days for that project. Originally, when it was undertaken, the engineering was to look at the section of the school served by the rooftops. We agreed to expand that engineering to go on and take on the rest of the school based on the November 21st meeting, where we got direct input from Murray County Schools maintenance, that some of those units may not quite make their life expectancy. So we're gonna put that together in 2 phases. One would be the initial phase that we took on, and the other part would be like a phase 2. So you can do that in a phased approach. There's the remaining units at Culleoka that I think if we don't replace them, I'm at risk of being assassinated.
We're gonna replace them one at a time if we don't, because that's what we're in.
And so that budget is there and established. There are the heat pumps at Woodard. You've already contracted to do the controls. We put that on hold to do an evaluation on the heat pumps, because there's some economy of scale there that we wouldn't want to go forward and do the controls on a bunch of units that you're going to go on and replace like right away, and they need to be replaced. And so one of the things there is we can offset some of the costs with the heat pumps by the money's already contracted on the controls. So we've established a budget there, but we need to go back through that process and figure out what the actual dollars and cents are. There's 2 schools, Cox and Howell, that we need to do a bunch of site work to determine. There's some units with some wells that are suspect, and so we've laid out and discussed a plan that essentially we would take on the responsibility to go to those schools, figure out which are the ones that need help, and put actual pricing together, either punch new wells or come up with an alternative at those schools for those units only, to satisfy that set of equations. I think the main units at the central office need to be replaced. There's a budget there for that. There's a budget for the ROTC wing at Spring Hill High School. I think I hit most of them. One more. Huh? One more? No, that's it. Okay. Okay, and then at Randolph Howell, there's the controls that we just need to run that back through the U.S. community process and make sure that pricing hasn't changed. And really, this set of recommendations is what we're saying, hey, you guys ought to just go on and do this now, tempered by the information you just received earlier tonight. You may want to not have us do the plumbing or the electrical at schools that you might be considering doing something else with. Role playing what that might sound like, though, it's like somebody said, yeah, but they may want you to go on and do those inspections so they can understand what the real plumbing risk or electrical risk is with those schools, so that could help weigh in. And that's you all's call. It's however you want to do that. The thing that I would ask the board to consider, if you want to move forward with this stuff, on all of this mechanical work, we still have a lot of work to do to fine tune the scope and the numbers. Where we've set budgets, I'm going to tell you they're within 10%. Okay, there's one or two that I think may come down, and there's one or two that might be a little above. I mean, they're generally within 10%. And so something I would ask the board to consider for where you're at now is maybe working out something where you give Dr. Marzak the authority to work with us to further develop and execute these without having to bring them back to the board unless there was something materially different than what's advertised here. I'm just looking for ways to help get a little more efficient with some of this stuff that we already know about. It's not like we're going to say, hey, here's a $6 million project and we're just going to do it. We're just talking about the stuff that's been identified as hot buttons. And I guess with that, I'll just kind of open up to questions.
Could I just add one thing? And and I'll just admit up front, maybe we should have included this, but there were some other recommendations on some facilities that by the time this was going into print to come to you, we had seen Dr. Register's report, and we felt like that we shouldn't put those recommendations on until you all have made some decisions. For instance, they've already said the HVAC system needs to be replaced at McDowell Elementary School, and they gave us a budget estimate of almost $1.4 million for that replacement, because it is in really bad shape. But knowing that was going to be one of the recommendations you've got to make a decision on, we felt like these were things that we could go ahead and do right now, because there's really no question about these facilities.
And Stan, that's a good point. All of the data is in what y'all have been given. In other words, all of those numbers and data and stuff are there. And so, I mean, you have all that data, but when it came down to really what is it that we could stand here tonight and say, hey, this is what we think you ought to do, we boiled it down to some priority items that we could make, some relatively fast progress with. There again, would need to be tempered by the report that you received tonight and any other types of concerns that you might have.
Mr. Bates?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for coming and giving us this additional information. So just to kind of bring us up to speed, as far as the EMG assessment, I think you indicated that with that particular assessment, it's more kind of a broad brush type thing. It's more kind of a general look into things. And then you all, I guess, have gone through and got a little bit more detailed in looking at some of those things. Is that a fair way of characterizing it?
That is.
Okay.
So the EMG report uses life expectancy and remaining useful life. And that's the guiding light. By the way, that's not a bad guiding light. The issue that you get into there is real world. And real world says, okay, so the plumbing system has, is exceeded 40 years, but the fact is that plumbing system may have, 20 more years of useful life. So just saying that you need to go on and budget to replace the plumbing system is I don't want to say it's not accurate, but it's a broad brush approach.
Well, I guess it's a good, maybe a starting point.
Yes.
Like in theory, okay,
Yes.
after a certain amount of time, I may need to replace that. So you
Yes.
go in and then you look into it a little bit closer to
Yep.
see, do I actually need to do it? Maybe I
Right.
got more years out of it than,
That's
or
right.
maybe there's still some more years.
Yeah, and then, like, here's another thing. So like on the electrical services, so some of the electrical services are not, that old. They're not 30 and 40 years old, but they're of a manufacturer that unfortunately you're faced with obsolescence because you can't get the stuff anymore. And so, we've taken the time to go school by school by school and really kind of look at what's there, what's serviceable, what has remaining useful life. And the only thing that became obvious as we kept drilling, peeling back the layers of the onion, if you will, is that on the mechanical side, there's the broad brush approach. The mechanical system has outlived its useful life, or it's coming up on the end of its expected life, or what have you. But the reality is with the mechanical systems, taking a system-wide approach is an expensive venture, and so we all feel like we're better served to, for instance, an example is at Cox, there's some rooftop units that need to be replaced. Not all the rooftop units need to be replaced, but there's some rooftop units that need to be replaced. So the way to do that is we're going to put a team up there, and we're going to go unit by unit by unit. We're going to pull panels, and we're going to figure out exactly which ones need to be replaced, which ones have remaining useful life. And our agreement with Stan and you guys is that we were going to help you budget over like a 5-year window to set those reserves up. So if there's stuff that needs to be done now, we're going to say, okay, this needs to be done now. If the unit looks like you can get 3 years or 5 years down the road, that's what we're going to do.
Right. So it almost sounds like So EMG starts out really big. You're just using kind of a timetable type thing.
Yes.
You all have gone in and already done an audit to kind of maybe narrow that down to identify things that, yes, that we need to maybe look into it a little bit further. But you're saying that through this process, it may narrow down even a little bit more. Like if we say, okay, that system, mechanical system needs to be taken a look at, doesn't necessarily mean we're going to replace the whole thing. You all may go in and identify that unit's fine, this one needs to be replaced. So we may not be just a wholesale type.
And by the way, a great example too is like the timing associated with the Mount Pleasant Middle School project. So for a litany of other reasons, there's a portion of that school that unfortunately needs to be addressed now, okay? But then there's about 37 classrooms that, you know, according to ASHRAE life cycles or whatever, you ought to be able to get 4 or 5 years more service out of the units that are there. The folks that have been on the site would say that's probably not gonna hold up that long. So we're in the process of evaluating that. And so like the way that that's starting to look is you've got this initial phase that the budget on the controls in that initial phase was around $963,000. And then there's this second phase that's about $500,000 worth of work. And, you know, if that can be done 2 years from now, you need to know that. If it needs to be done right now, well, you need to know that. And that was part of our agreement, was to help you guys kind of piece that out over like a 5-year.
All right, I want to get specific now. So EMG went through the schools and they identified in the report some of the schools that they said you need to replace the plumbing. All right, so you all have gone in and done an audit to be able to determine from theory to, yes, these are some that we need to maybe address. Am I correct on that?
Yeah, we did site visits, but we also did a whole lot of interviews of the people that are living with the system.
So the ones you all have identified as, in actual terms, needing some work, you've got 5 listed: McDowell, Baker, Highland Park, Joseph Brown, and Marvin Wright.
Right.
Those are the schools. Now, I don't know if I'd understood you earlier. Are you saying that if you all have a proposal of spending $54,000 to go into those particular 5 schools, so roughly around $10,000 per school, to dig deeper, were you saying that you do not anticipate that for any of those schools, we will not have to do a wholesale changeover?
No, I can't say that.
Okay.
What we're saying is that until we put a camera down drain lines and really do a behind-the-scenes look at what's going on, we don't know the extent of what that work looks like. I would tell you, just from a practical standpoint, I haven't run into one yet that needed a wholesale plumbing renovation, but you could get fairly close, you know, but we're not going to tell you that in good conscience.
So you can't rule that out as a possibility.
You cannot.
Your experience is
Right.
that's seldom that you have to do that. But until you dig into it, and then I want to be fair to you,
Yep.
you don't want to say I can guarantee anything until you look into it.
And here's another perspective. So those 5 schools, based on the information that we have, you have significant enough plumbing issues that they need to be tested, inspected, so that we can come back and say, okay, here's what's going on. Now, that doesn't mean that the rest of the facilities don't have plumbing issues, you know, on a maintenance or daily occurring type of a thing, but those are maintainable items that between Murray County Schools maintenance, you know, they basically have handled.
Right. There's going to be time to time at every school is going to have a plumbing issue that's going to come up from time to time. But as far as a school that needs some attention, you all have identified those 5 of looking into it further and be able to come back to us to be able to give us actual information as to, yes, you need to gut the whole thing, replace the whole thing, or no, maybe you don't need to do that. Maybe you can just, you know, make some changes here, change
Right.
some additions there, improvements.
Right.
All right, so let's go to the next section of the electrical system. So you all also did the same thing. You took the EMG report, and then you all did an audit and gathered more information to be able to narrow it down to, okay, these are the schools that need some additional looking into.
Correct.
Am I, okay.
Correct.
And so the ones you all have identified is Baker, Central, Hampshire, Mount Pleasant Elementary, Mount Pleasant High, Santa Fe, and Spring Hill Elementary School. What about some of the other, because I remember some of the other schools were on the EMG report, like McDowell and Brown, where we're
Yeah.
saying that the electrical systems needed to be replaced.
So here's the thing. Our first recommendation would be, we need to do an inspection at every site. And I'm using the word inspection kind of loosely here. So let me talk to you a little bit more about what we're talking about. Really, every Murray County Schools site should have an annual maintenance program on the electrical side, at least at the main switchgear. So what we did was we put a program together that says, okay, we're going to get an electrical contractor and an electrical engineer to go site by site by site and go through the main switchgear and the laterals to tell us what we really have, inspect the condition, and where they're comfortable enough, they're going to take it offline, go through the switchgear, clean it, lube it, maintain it, tighten up connections, so on and so forth. And then, as a deliverable, you're not only going to get a report by school, but you're going to get recommendations and a set of specifications that you guys can go out to the electrical contracting community and you can get a maintenance program in place, okay? So that's our basic recommendation. That's all 21, 22 sites.
So that's a general recommendation that you would for any school system, for every school to have that kind of
For any
look
building,
in.
for any building of the kind of square footages you guys are maintaining, that we would tell you that's kind of a basic thing.
Okay.
So then what we further did is we narrowed it down and we said, we already know at these 7 sites, you've got some heavy lifting that needs to be done based on obsolescence or a mismatch in actual load versus the service that's available. And so that's why when you look at that, there's those 7 sites listed with a number that addresses those 7 sites, and then there's a number that addresses the remaining sites. Because if you're going to ask me, I'm going to tell you, you want to do all the sites.
Okay. So the seven that you all have identified, which is to go in, I guess to dig deeper, that's the $49,000.
Yeah, and a good way for you guys to think about those 7 is that what those funds are really for is to go in and do an assessment and to come back and be able to give you hard numbers of what needs to happen.
So then it's no
Scope and
longer
hard
a
numbers.
guess of
Right.
need to do this, need to do
Yeah,
that. You'll have a more concrete.
And so what happens in the budgeting world, so like if you take a 50 to 100,000 square foot site and we say, okay, we're going to have to replace the switchgear, that's $500,000. Now, the fact of the matter is that could be 350, it could be 640, there's all kind of things because some of these sites have dual feeds, some of them have 4 feeds, some of them have single feeds, some of them are 4,000 amp, 460 volt mains. Those things all have to be worked through on a site-by-site basis. And then some of them, there's small services, but over the years, when you look at kind of what's happened in the school, unfortunately, it's resulted in you now have some code violations. Okay, so in some of the cases, you have some small services that unfortunately, the small service needs to be replaced because of obsolescence, but there may be a door or a wall or something that's got to move to provide the clearance and the access and stuff that you need for maintenance. And that we've included doing that assessment and those specifications and being able to bring you back actual real numbers and real scope in those 7.
Okay. But you're saying through the other, if we went ahead and spent the 82,000, you all would go and look at all the schools, and is there a chance that we could find additional problems at those other schools other than just what those 7 are?
There is a chance.
Okay.
Yeah.
And going back to the 7 that you all have identified so far, what EMG, I was looking at some of their reports, they had given us some budgetary numbers of around $2 million, and what they noted it as is electrical system school upgrade. What exactly were they referring to? And is it
Well-
the same things that you're referring to, or is it,
Okay.
I mean,
So we ran into the same thing when we were looking through their report, and I'll be honest, we couldn't quite figure out where their costing came from. Some of it looks like it came from RS Means, some of it looks like it's unit cost, and some of it we didn't understand. And so rather than spending a bunch of time and energy trying to unravel their combination, we just said, okay, look, this is good data. It points us in the right direction. Let's go see what's there and what we really have and put real numbers to it. Here's the thing. With an electrical system and or a plumbing system, I mean, short of running into a school that the school was built on a old 3-wire system or aluminum wire or something like that all the way out through the branch circuiting, you're not going to replace the electrical system. You might have to replace the main switchgear. You might have to replace some of the panels. You may have to add some service or some additional feeders or something, but it's not like what's there needs to be torn out and put in a junkyard.
right. Well, and so, like looking at some of these budgetary numbers that EMG gave us, like they estimate for example, replacing the electrical system at Joseph Brown at $2.2 million. Is that, and I know I don't know if that's one of the ones that's not one you identified. So you identified Baker. They've got electrical estimate. They've got $1.7 million. Are you, and I know, and I probably won't be fair to you that you all got to dig into it further before you be able to give us some hard numbers, but based upon your prior experiences, does it seem like what we may get into may be less than that number?
Yes.
Okay. Are you fairly confident of that?
Yes.
Okay.
I would have a hard time coming up with how to spend that much money. I mean, unless we're talking about
Well,
IT
I don't want to make any
infrastructure.
suggestions because
No,
because
but I
we
mean-
certainly we want to know from a board standpoint what we want to know, and it is good to get general information just to have
Yeah.
very valuable, and it lets us know what we need to do next. But at the end of the day, we want to know exactly what is really the need and what is really the cost.
Yep.
Because from a board standpoint, we're getting ready to make some decisions that
They're bigger.
right.
I get it.
I mean, we're
Yeah.
comparing.
Yep.
We're trying to look into that crystal ball of figuring out.
Yep.
What is it going to cost for real to
Yep.
build a new school?
Yep.
What is it going to cost for real to do these repairs? And we got to kind of know that so that we can then make some determinations of what's in the best interest of the school system
Yep.
as a whole. So,
I can tell you that with the information that we have right now, and by doing a deeper dive on the plumbing and the electrical inspections, if you said, hey, can you give us a relatively accurate mechanical, electrical, and plumbing budget for school X, we could get you fairly close. But we do need the plumbing and electrical inspections to be able to do that.
to take more of the guesswork out of it,
Yeah.
instead of just throwing a number,
Yeah.
out of the air, this gives us a real number.
Yeah, because here's the thing, there's a whole lot of industry standard and industry acceptable estimating guides, RS Means being probably one of the best and robust systems out there. The problem with those systems in your case is you've got an existing building that's live. In other words, it's a working existing building. A lot of times when you get into backing into like a an estimate based on square footages and stuff, that data is put together based on you're going to go in and do a wholesale renovation of an existing building, which means you're going to take it offline, gut it, go through it, replace the electrical, replace the plumbing, replace the HVAC, and do all that stuff. And what I would tell you in a lot of cases is you can build a new building for less money, okay? So our whole thing would be is, before you guys start making those bigger decisions, you really do need to know, okay, what are the really real numbers in
Right.
order to keep that building going and be okay and this, that, and the other, you know? Because, I mean, like I said, you know, the broader brush effort, when you start looking at it that way, those numbers get big fast, you know? And you know, I think we had that conversation back in July. I mean, you know, hey, you can have a 10-year-old car and the thing's running fine and it's been well maintained, or, you know, needs a little catch-up maintenance or whatever, and needs new tires, and it'll get you on down the road. Now, if you want a new car and it looks better and it's bigger or whatever, that's one thing. But if you're really trying to figure out the need.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Dudley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I noticed on your HVAC things, Hampshire doesn't show up anywhere here. And I know Hampshire last year we did sort of a quick fix. We replaced a unit up on top, but I know we have some deeper issues at Hampshire that was going to be quite expensive.
Yes.
So maybe this is for you and Stan, or are we looking at that? Last year we couldn't get it accomplished during the summer break because we ran out of time. But we figured it fixed, that we'd be able to get us a year or two.
Yeah. And that's a great topic. We put the fire out at Hampshire when we put the chiller in. So it's running, it's functional. Now, we didn't address the issues at Hampshire. That's in the detail and the summary tabs in the report as you go back. But that, right now, that's not as urgent as the stuff that we've put in front of you as recommendations. If you guys decide that Hampshire is a school that needs to, you know, stay in place and get brought up to speed and this, that, and the other, we have all that information in the file and can certainly update that and put it in perspective. I mean, in 2013, and in the recommendations, and actually what this board asked us to take to county commission, we actually had the actual numbers in there at that time to go renovate the HVAC. And if you recall, during the summer last year, you guys got faced with making an emergency decision on the chiller. You did that, so, hey, it's functional, but that one section of the school is way past its useful life. So,
Okay.
that's.
If I could speak to that as well, and again, I'm going to kind of lay out here and be very honest with you. We tried to put in we asked, and my discussion was with Mr. Nevada, put some things in here that we thought everybody could agree to get done. There are still, you know, I didn't want this to get bogged down in deciding whether or not we want to do something in Hampshire, whether or not we want to do something in McDowell, because those are schools, there's still some differences in opinion. I'm not telling any secrets here. I think everybody knows that on this board as to what we need to do. And we end up just sitting here not doing anything because we're waiting for you to make a decision. And so we tried to put some things out where we thought everybody could agree on these need to be done and we can get started. Because we've been given the bond money to get something done with, and people keep asking me, have you got that money? You spend that money, Well, here's something we can spend that money on that we know needs to be done. But until you turn us loose, we can't do that.
Yeah.
And I again, if I'm too honest, I apologize. It's in there somewhere, yeah. You talking about Hampshire?
No, okay, let's go back to the summary sheet. Look, right there. So, this unfortunately, this doesn't break it your capital expenditures, and, oh, by the way, there's a whole bunch of stuff that doesn't have budget numbers plugged in there yet. And part of what the challenge here was, is that until we get a little more granular, we can't take that and spread it over the 5 years. Right now, all we've been able to do is confirm that the need is there. And so like Tommy, Hampshire, we know, it's in there, sitting right there at Hampshire's got 1.7 million in total identified need to date. Okay? When you get into the detail tab, kind of breaks that down some, but there's a lot of information here, and kind of like I was complaining earlier, we've got to do a deeper dive to be able to help you spread this out some and really kind of prioritize over the 5-year period. Does that help?
Okay. I guess let me ask this real quick. Being we kind of got a lot of other things going on, is there any action we take on this tonight?
Yeah, what we would like to do is just what I think Mr. Votter has explained, that to go from this point forward is going to require some additional expense on their part, even just to put together the actual proposal to come back for you to have a bid. So looking at what has been recommended here tonight, it's about $3.1 million worth of work, including if that is doing electrical assessment at every school and doing the plumbing assessments that were recommended and all the HVAC repairs. Mount Pleasant Elementary, Culleoka, Cox and Howell, Woodard, and which one did I leave? There's a $50,000 unit at the central office needs to be replaced.
The Mount Pleasant.
And Mount Pleasant Middle School.
Right.
If you would, now, in the original $16.5 million list that we gave you, which was not all of the first-year recommendations from, there was about $11.3 million worth of MEP in that. So we know there's more to be done because some of the plumbing and electrical that does need to be replaced would come back out of this. But what we would like to do is ask you to authorize us to go ahead and move forward with the $3.1 million worth of recommendation out of the bond money that we have, and we could either do what you all are more comfortable with. Mr. Nevada suggested possibly authorizing Dr. Marzak to move forward if it was within 10% of these cost estimates, and if it's not, bring it back to you, the final cost, or we could let them go ahead with the commitment that they were going to move forward once we got those final costs back. Is that a good way to say that, Owen? Does that work?
Yeah, or we just go develop everything and then bring it back. But, it's a whole bunch of little pieces and just bring it back to the board, for your review and approval. I was just looking for ways to help you guys get moving. But I would want you to be together on, like, for instance, there's a couple of schools that, are in question whether they should stay active or whatever. So I would want some direction as to, do you want us to do the inspections there or just table those, and go do the inspections or do work at places that you have confidence are going to remain?
And I would say in light of our upcoming conversation, that to me is a good course of action.
I know that's where I'm specifically thinking. I'm really uncomfortable. I know some of these recommendations would be starting to evaluations on schools that we're about to talk about, that we just agreed that we're about to have some upcoming meetings on. And I understand that you guys want to get started on this stuff. I guess I just have a hard time moving ahead on any of it when we're literally about to talk about kind of all of this. And I hate to put it off yet again, but that's my gut feeling is that we're about to really weigh all of this. And I have a feeling that within the next couple of weeks here, we'll have some much better answers as a committee starts to really kind of look at the 10-year plan and really give some very direct answers on things we will agree that we can move on. Because again, I think we just talked about that. It would be my intention as a committee to, as we start those work sessions, to have some very specific things we can all agree that we want to move ahead on, and then go ahead and hand those off to staff, which would maybe include some of these issues, and start working on those immediately, beyond just the MEP programs, I think is what I was envisioning. But I definitely would be interested in the input from the other ones. Mr. Bates.
All right. Maybe you can fill in a few holes for me so I can understand. So the plumbing, the recommendation that you all are making is the $54,285 in order to examine those 5 schools to be able to come back and give us hard numbers as to what the true costs are going to be for those particular plumbing issues.
Correct.
The $49,241 is to examine those 7 schools to see what are the true electrical needs at those particular schools so that we can have a real number as far as what the costs are.
Right.
Or we could spend the extra $82,187 for, to have all the schools examined.
Yeah, let me interject one little piece right in there. The 7 schools on the electrical are the ones that we've been able to identify at this point that we believe are your highest risk and consequently the highest potential dollar spend. We believe the rest of the schools will just be a maintenance item, but until we go test and do a more thorough inspection, I can't guarantee that.
Okay. And then you all have these 7 schools as far as doing some HVAC work.
Mhm.
And that's where I'm a little bit unclear on. So what is the total cost for those, examining those 7 schools? Or is that to examine them or to do
No,
work at those schools?
Those budgets are to actually go do the work. That's what we were getting at earlier, is that on those schools, we already know about those issues, and those issues are causing comfort issues and operational challenges. And so when we started, it's kind of like, but the stuff that's urgent is floating up. And we've been able to work through, okay, we know this school is, it's kind of like the discussion about Hampshire. We know Hampshire needs a renovation, but right now Hampshire's working, okay? The schools that are in that list here on the
7.
recommendations,
You're saying they're not working?
those areas
issues.
of the schools are in trouble.
Okay.
That's why those recommendations are being put in front of you tonight.
So what is the cost for those 7 to do the HVAC work at those 7 schools?
Those are the budgets we've established on
What
those.
was the total?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't look at it that way. I just did it individually.
It's about $2.9 million.
Okay.
And I will tell you, 2 of those are pretty fuzzy because I made up the budgets on Howell and Cox. I don't think you're ready to give a budget on those.
No, we're not.
And I plugged in $500,000 at Howell and $250,000 at Cox just based on some numbers, some money we've spent there before.
Okay.
And that may just be,
Well, now, so to get more concrete numbers for those 7 schools, could we wait and would we have more hard numbers at our next meeting, or?
Well, let me do this. Can we go to those 7 here?
that'd be down on the next page, I think. You went past it. Yeah, Jerry, you gotta go back. That's right.
Okay. So, Mount Pleasant, the way to look at Mount Pleasant, we're gonna have a full-blown U.S. Communities proposal in your hands within a couple of weeks. So, that may be an easy provided it comes back through U.S. Communities and everything at that kind of budget. J.E. Woodard is the same. We're pretty close on that. The central office, I think we established a $42,000 budget to replace that unit. 40-something, I know. We gotta go walk through that replacement and validate it, but I think it's gonna be pretty close.
And let me just speak to that one. It died the other day, and our maintenance department put a Band-Aid on it and got it fixed. I've got a quote on my desk to replace the heat exchanger in it, but the unit is more, I mean, it's in really bad shape. But at minimum, we're going to have to replace the heat, just to even keep it running. That's $2,500 for a heat exchanger.
That unit's not worth what we need.
Yeah, because it's just really old.
Cox and Howe, no, we don't really have budgets established. I'd like to say, Stan, I think your budgets are high, but I want to be careful. We do have a controls price, and that might move a point or two, but it's got to be pretty good there. I'm confident in the budget that's been established for the ROTC at Spring Hill. It's about 46 grand. So it really is, it's the will of you guys as to how you're more comfortable in doing it.
I guess, as far as these HVAC projects, I would myself be a little bit more comfortable to see some more concrete rather than us, it seemed like there's a little bit of, we're not exactly sure. I'd like to have a little bit more clarity on that. With that being said, if there's any of these projects that are of an emergency or an immediate concern that we need to go ahead and maybe address tonight, I don't mind taking a look at that, but my preference would be to maybe come back in February and look at these when we got some more solid numbers to go ahead and budget for. As far as those other audits, the plumbing and the electrical, I don't like to spend extra money, but I think this is something that we've got to do as part of our due diligence to know what the true actual numbers are as far as what needs to be repaired and what the true costs are going to be repaired, because part of our decision making, it really comes down to that facility condition index. And in order to really look at the facility condition index, you really have to have a good handle on what the true repair costs are. I think as we just went through, the EMG is just really a broad brush. It's a starting point, but those numbers may be inflated. There's several schools that EMG had identified to replace the entire electrical, and they're not even identified yet. So, and we're talking like over $1 million. So I think we've got to, as a board, we've got to exercise our due diligence to at least have a good idea of what the true repair costs are. And I think we've got to have that where we can actually then start analyzing some of those phase one issues that we're going to have to go through so that we really know and we have confidence. We're not guessing. We're not just throwing numbers out in the air. We have a little bit better handle. So my motion is going to be to go ahead and budget and move forward with the audits under the plumbing and electrical sections. So I don't know what that total number is.
Is that the electrical audit at all schools?
Well, from listening to our professionals, that's something that should be done on an annual basis, and so I believe so. Yes, that would be my motion to go ahead and move forward with the plumbing and the electrical audit. The plumbing at the 5 schools that have been identified as the most urgent, and the electrical at all the schools.
That would be $185,714 for the 2.
Okay, we do have a motion on that. Do we have a second? Okay, any discussion on that? Because I'll kick off the discussion. I do have a question on that. What would be the timeline on completing these audits?
About 90 days.
So I guess as we look at this, Mr. Bates, I guess my only concern with that is some of these we're looking at making some decisions on with the timeline you were just talking about prior to March. What I'm seeing is that we're essentially paying for an audit on some buildings that we may make we're going to be making some decisions on prior to when the audit's done. So that's my only problem with the motion that I see as it's presented right now.
Well, and I see that as a problem with circumstances, I don't think that alleviates what we need to do. I think to make good decisions, we got to get good information. And then I think until we get these audits done, and I would encourage trying to maybe, you all know the kind of time frame that we're looking at. We would like to get this information maybe in about 60 days so that we can make some decisions, because we're not just arbitrarily pulling numbers out of the air. I mean, we've got a budget calendar. We're trying to get things to the county commission, and so we're operating under those pressures that we wish we didn't have. But I think, that's part of the process when we're going through looking at the phase one. There may be a phase one part A that it's no brainer. Well, let's go ahead and fast track that, get it going. There may be some other things that are kind of phase one part B that maybe we got to get a little bit more information to make a final determination. But I think we can go ahead and be discussing those things. But I think for me as a member, I'll just tell everybody, I am not ready to make a decision on some of those big decisions that we're talking a large number, large amounts of money without us doing the proper due diligence to have appropriate information to be able to make a decision. I just, right now, I do not feel that we as a board have enough information to be able to even make an intelligent decision on some of those things.
I appreciate it. And just to address one point you had said earlier, Mr. Bates, I know that Stan had made this point too. Keep in mind that if we're talking about just electrical and plumbing at this point, of the 5 and the 7 listed, and I think Stan made this point several times, but I want to repeat it again, there were other schools, if I'm not reading this wrong, that would have, where the ranking not have been adjusted by our staff, that would have been listed there, that they felt like were already hot topic issues, so that they attempted to give us a list of schools that were, the general consensus had been that these would not be contested.
So quick question.
Maybe we can get some clarification on that. I understood that you were talking about the HVAC.
That was on the HVC,
Yeah, not the plumbing or electric, because there's some of those things that we're getting ready to make decisions on that are on those.
On the HVC, because they were bigger numbers.
Right.
Okay.
$1 million plus go do this.
So is there a way that you guys could help us help you by maybe giving us a short list of buildings you want us to get to work on right away?
Help us, help him.
Our staff is well aware.
Yeah, I would think it would be any of those buildings that there's recommendation to make some hard decisions on. Is that correct?
I guess the question would be, if that were the approach that we're taking, do you feel like you could get us some answers on maybe some of those schools much quicker?
Yes.
Okay. I think Mr. Penning's had some questions.
I agree, we need more information on the schools that we think we're better off replacing than remodeling. But on the second point is $185,714. I think as a board, we have to do something. We can't just keep procrastinating and saying, well, let's put this off till the next board meeting or the next zoning and facilities committee meeting. Sometime we have to make a decision and move forward.
No, I think my question was answered about could we pinpoint the ones that we needed the information on first, and then I think he replied that they could help with that.
Okay, we'd have a motion and a second on that. Any more discussion? Ms. Parker.
I just have a question for staff. If this motion were to pass and it comes before the full board, can you guys give us a breakdown on what all we've spent on audits, EMG reports, audits, what all this total number would be?
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any more discussion on this? Are we prepared to take a vote on it then?
Mr. Dudley, if you want to vote yes, if we close it, it'll automatically default to yes. Vote yes? Okay.
Chris.
Okay, that did pass unanimously. All right. Moving past that on to the next one, which is the school nutrition, unless there was something else.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
We don't allow clarification here.
Okay. So, just so that I'm clear, so you guys will give us a short list or a hot list, and essentially what you'd like us to do is to go knock those out from an MEP standpoint, including any, you know, if there's mechanical, in other words, you want to get a handle on what your costs are.
Yes.
Is that fair?
Yes, as I understood the motion, that is what we were asking for.
Okay, I'm good with that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, David, come on.
Mr. Atkinson.
Stan, you gonna come back with some hard numbers on the high-vac systems in that audit report?
I'm sorry,
On the-
I just caught half of your question because I was turning
On-
around.
On the audit report
Yes.
from Train, you gonna come back with some hard numbers so we can start spending some of that money?
Yes, we will bring those, we will get them to go ahead and
For the
put those in
high-back
the form of
systems.
actual quotes.
Okay.
Yes,
All right.
an actual bid, hard bid number that we can bring back to you,
Okay.
using the U.S. Communities Cooperative Purchasing bid arrangement that we've been using with them before.
Okay. Okay, next item is item number 6, school nutrition 5-year replacement plan.
Good evening. I guess it was about February of last year, you requested a little synopsis of what our plan is for replacement equipment in the cafeterias. This just gives you a little a snapshot of from that MEG or EMG report that was given back then, and with some hands-on view of what it is depending on where we're at. Of course, 5-year plan, total cost is going to be roughly about $1.7 million, give or take a couple thousands of dollars. But here, the first breakdown, I broke down for 5 years of what type of equipment we're looking at buying, you know, and how that works out. And then, of course, this year, there's about 28 pieces of, or 28 different items that we're looking at changing out. I will say that is a big challenge to take on, or a big task to take on to do for what it is. We'll do our best to make that happen. And in total, that's about $617,000 is what we're looking at to spend just this school year for that equipment. I will say we've already had to replace equipment that I was looking at to replace in 2018 this year because of just decided to quit, so.
We'll catch on.
or blow up or just part of our daily routine. So.
Okay. Did anybody have any questions on this? Mr. Bates?
Just real quick, on your 5-year plan, did you also take into consideration some of the discussions we've been having that we may be having to build new schools and we may have to purchase equipment for those schools? Was that accounted for in the plan, or
As
how does
far
that
as
work?
equipment purchases?
Yes.
That is a GP typically.
If I could speak to that, Mr. Bates, typically what we have done and what we're currently doing with the construction of Central, we did at Spring Hill Middle and at Marvin Wright, I don't know back past that, is those are included in the capital budget. So the capital budget pays for all those, and then Mr. Brian, I'll come to Parkhurst, will be able to, what he's done is he's done the replacement and repairs to the equipment, but he has not, I don't think at any time that we've used food service dollars to buy the new equipment up front when a new kitchen is built.
Okay. Okay, so this plan is just dealing with existing
Yes,
schools.
replacing existing equipment that has failed.
Okay, thanks.
That or at new, if it's, up like Central, we brought equipment that was, workable and then usable. We brought that stuff over into the new kitchen, what there was, but we did bring stuff over into it, so.
Okay. Any other questions? Well, if not, Mr. Parkhurst, thank you very much, and we will move on to the next item.
Thank you.
Okay, the next item we did have here was the preliminary roof report. Stan, if you want to address that one.
I'm going to let Mr. Hall do that if he would. This is very similar to what we ask Train to do, and I don't know how much granularity, to use a word I learned from Owen Nevada, how much granularity you want to get into with that. But if you allowed us to hire Rinks Engineering to do this report, these were identified by EMG. I think all of them were identified as needed in the first year, except maybe one of them was actually a couple years off, so we gave them the whole 5-year list. But we wanted you to see, they did a really good job of prioritizing this for us. They did point out some maintenance items that we need to deal with, but it does give you a basis of knowing here are the areas that we really need to address roof-wise.
And I guess the question I did have to start with on that, and Dave can probably answer this, I mean, I think it's pretty clear, this is essentially, there was nothing new here for the most part. This is what EMG had, as we've talked about earlier just a minute ago, EMG kind of, on the big picture, told us about these things. Now we have some more specific solutions, and there are some options on most of these. They're either a replacement or a repair option on most of these, and with some numbers to go with that.
Yeah, some of them are replace or repair, some of them are replace and repair.
Okay. I see this as just another thing we're going to have to add to the further discussions we're about to have. Does anyone have any questions on this report? Mr. Atkinson?
Yes, I want to address the issues with the warranties still left on them. Can you clarify all that? Or we got the warranties on this stuff, or?
There are warranties, and in the discussion, they went ahead and estimated some repair costs, but they encouraged us to pursue the warranty repair on that if we could. There are some places where warranty covers and some place doesn't, due to the nature of maybe what's been done to the roof or what kind of repairs being done. But in cases where there is a warranty left, there's no roofs that they recommended to be replaced that are under warranty, with the exception of there's one small section of roof at Culleoka that there's a few years left on the warranty, I think, Dave. And they said it might make sense to go ahead and replace that one while you're there. It was about 9,600 square feet. I'm going right off memory. But it was just over the elementary portion. They said you don't have to, though. There's like 3 years left on the warranty or something, so you might want to wait on that one, but it might make more sense it might be more economical to replace all that. But the ones that are recommending replacement, there is no warranty left on. There are some on some of the sections where there's repairs.
Just repairs on some of them?
Yeah, and so we would pursue the warranty first. But
Okay.
they gave us an estimate on the cost of the repairs might be if it wasn't covered under warranty.
Are you going through the warranties on the company that installed or through just the company of the material that was?
We typically try to go back to the install company is what we usually do, and we've had pretty good success. Sometimes they're not around anymore,
Yes.
so you have to go to somebody else. The other thing about some of those issues where they said the roof's under warranty, there may be a case where the leak is not related to the roof. A lot of the issues they dealt with, we have a lot of problems with water, moisture coming in through bricks. We have a lot of parapet walls where the roof comes in and a wall goes up and it leaks around that. It's not related to the roof, it's more moisture coming in. They talked to us about options of putting metal over those. And Culleoka, for instance, there's a product that was put on the wall, some below the roof and some above the roof, that is commonly referred to as a Drive-It. The commercial name's EIFS or EIFS is the way some people refer to it. They said that all needs to be either redone or covered up because it's a real problem.
Thank you.
Mr. Bates?
Ms. Reed, maybe you can clarify for me. I wasn't exactly clear. When I'm looking on page 4 of the report, there's the replacement cost column and then the repair cost estimate column. Is the author of the report recommending doing both, or is this an either or what is that?
Dave, it's my recollection that Woodard was the only one that was an either or and the rest of them were both. Is that right?
Yes. Yeah, we had some other, at Woodard, this last summer, we had a couple other roofing companies come out, and some of them said kind of the either or, depending upon, because of the age of it, which isn't all that old, but it is a metal roof. There's some things that you could do to push it down the road a little bit with just some repairs. Some of the things that they addressed at Woodard was sometimes the metal roofs are very good if you've got a long run of it, but when you got a lot of things diving in from one plane to another plane, much like we have at Spring Hill High School, it just doesn't lend to shedding that water off of the roof into those low spots or into those spots where they come into the parapet walls. And that's why they think that sometimes it's better to use a membrane-style roof there. And that might be in more of the replacement style versus they have said that there could be some mileage that we could get out of it if we just did some repairs.
Now, I noticed that there's a prioritization. Is there some sort of like timeline to it, where is it all those things need to be done like today, or is it, okay, this is the thing to do, try to do that this year, maybe next year, start working down the list, or how does it work?
My understanding, and we both were in the conference call, that Woodard needs to be done, either repair or replacement right away. Whitthorne, which is out of warranty, the entire roof is, they recommended that need to be addressed pretty soon. And also, I think they spoke about the issues at Culleoka. The others were probably a little farther down the priority list.
Okay.
Of course, those are the big three, as you can see there from the costs.
Yeah. So what is the staff's recommendation here today? Is this just an FYI, or what are you all proposing?
I actually think Stan was wanting to address that on combine that in with some other things on another report later.
Yeah, I mean, again, we just got so much money to slice and dice, but when we get, if we go away and get some of these numbers, our first inclination is to do items 1, 2, and 3. But that's much more money than was indicated when we put together the $16.5 million list for you that we originally started out. We put Whitthorne off for a year. We put in year 2, not year 1, but they really came back and said it was really bad. We did address, and same thing with Culleoka, it was in year 3. So the only one that was included in that 16 was the Woodard roof. The other issues were, we were trying to put off, but they really came back and felt like they were serious issues.
Okay. So the only one that was in the original budget that we budgeted for was Whitthorne.
That's
But you
right.
all are, is it your recommendation to go ahead and move Culleoka and Woodard, or what did you say?
Whitthorne.
Whitthorne.
Woodard, Whitthorne, and Culleoka. We would put in the list to do as soon as possible. But again, you may want to, just like with the other things, wait until those three together, I think, are if we did the repair at Woodard And they said, we can't guarantee it, you could try it. It may not solve all your problems, but if we did that and did the other two, you're still looking at over $3 million.
Okay. Will we have money in our budget to be able to do those three? If we do the addition?
If we do the addition, we're not going to address everything on the list. I would put that ahead of some of the other issues that we were going to do, like windows. Windows is something on the list that would be an energy thing. Some of the windows are just old and single pane, and we could be at a lot of, they need to be upgraded. That's something that you could look at. There's some finishes kind of things like floor tile that they recommended replacing that is more of an aesthetic. You can walk on a chipped floor tile better than you can walk under a leaking roof.
So you think we could rearrange
So
some
I
things?
think what you'd be doing is you'd just be doing a prioritization. Obviously, you got to look at the money you've got left and prioritize. And roofs, in our opinion, when we prioritize safety first, and we've taken care of those safety issues from money from the 2.4. We would prioritize HVAC, heating and air issues second, and the mechanical and the plumbing and electrical would fall in that category too. Let me tell you, when your drains are stopped up and backing out on the floor, that's a real problem that you want to get on. And we've got a couple schools where that happens pretty often. But then roofs would fall right in there with that in order of prioritization. Much more other than finishes like floor tile, spotted ceiling tile, some of the things that, and we're trying to do, we looked at today, I've got the number here. For instance, one of the things that was recommended from the assessment is that we do some painting at 3 schools, which we did this last year with our department. Their price budget was $355,000 using summer labor in our maintenance department, buying the paint. So far, we've spent $50,000. So there's some things we're saving some money on too.
Okay. But so as far as tonight, though, are you all making a recommendation of us taking action tonight, or is this something you all are going to be coming back?
If you all would be comfortable at this point, we would recommend items 1, 2, and 3, and I think at this point, pursue the repairs on Woodard. Is that right,
Yes,
Dave?
and that was the one thing I was going to just put out as a comparison. This last summer, we did Spring Hill High School and Woodard are the same kind of metal roof. And they even address it in here on Woodard. It says here, an option to replace the ridge cap causing improper detail. That's some of the same things that we did at Spring Hill High School this last summer. With the age and the heat and the metal, the expansion, contraction, all those overlaps, the sealant just gives way. So if we've been able to go back to Spring Hill High School, repair a lot of those gaps or those overlaps, and I think the company did a fairly good job of it, actually a very good job of it. We haven't seen the leaks that we were seeing this last summer and this last fall with the rains. I don't know whether I want to say my suggestion or my comparison with what we did at Spring Hill High School would be very similar to what a repair would be and give us the same results at Woodard. So I guess I would say I would recommend the repair.
And I would say the first step might be to go ahead and allow us to hire Rinks Engineering to do the engineering on these 3 projects and put them out to bid.
Yeah.
Because that's what we'd be doing, because
So
we have
moved.
to
So
use
moved.
an engineering firm.
Okay, so we have a motion on the top 3 projects, to go ahead and put those out to bid, get whatever's necessary to
Well,
put those out.
what we do is in order to do that, we first have to have an engineer architect draw the plans and write the specs for the bid. So they do that at a regular architect's fee, 6% of the cost of that's what we were doing with SSOE when we replaced roofs. They would design and put it, and these folks would be doing that for us.
Okay, so we have a motion to move ahead with that. Do we have a second? And we have a second by Ms. Kinzer on that. Any discussion on that motion? Hit the auto. And then unhit it and then hit it again. That's what I have to do. You may have to go to the side and click on it because. Okay, and that did pass unanimously. All right, let's see here. The next item is proposal for structural engineer report, Ross Bryan Associates.
Mr. Chairman, this was also a recommendation from the EMG report. In order to do any of the structural repairs they recommended, they first recommended we bring in a structural engineer to do the study. This is from Ross Bryan Associates, who is the structural engineer who's working with Hewlett Spencer as an independent third-party assessment of the construction work they're doing. We've been very pleased with what they've done so far. They have agreed to look at these schools that were recommended in the EMG at a price not to exceed $10,000.
Okay.
And it would be based on, they will charge us based on an hourly rate, but their rate would not exceed $10,000 to look at these schools.
Okay. Do we have a motion to that effect or any discussion on that? So we have a motion by Mr. Beaver and a second by Mr. Bates to move ahead with this proposal as presented.
What did I hit last time to get?
On the side over here. The menu.
My vote's yes.
It works a whole lot better on a computer. Hit the side buttons over there. On the side. Make sure you're clicking on the item on the side.
Yeah, click on the items.
Just don't ask me to vote for you. It's not, the autopilot's not working. Okay, and that motion did pass unanimously. Is everyone okay with that vote? I know there were some voting issues there. I believe so. Okay. Okay. All right, moving on to the next item, we do have a recommendation to rebid the grass mowing contract.
Mr. Hall can answer questions, but I'll just say quickly, last year, we rebid our grass mowing contract, and Outsiders Property Management was approved for all 4 zones. However, and we showed you in there, we experienced some, unfortunately, lack of performance. We think they bit off more than they could chew. We've sat down and had a meeting with the owner and proposed to him that we reduce his contract to 2 zones and rebid 2 zones to try to spread out the work a little bit and get a better performance. He's agreed to that, but since you approved the contract, we felt like you would have to approve allowing us to rebid 2 of these zones. We'll rebid them either for one contractor or 2 contractors, but keep the contract with Outsiders. They're going to keep zones 1 and 3, and we'd be rebidding zones 2 and 4.
Motion to rebid zones 2 and 4.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Bates and a second by Mr. Atkinson. Any discussion on that motion? Okay, seeing none, whenever you're ready to open the voting. Autopilot's not working. Get with TSBA on this, Chris. All right. So that one did pass unanimously as well. Moving on to the next one, we did have an update on the theatrical lighting replacement at Culleoka Unit School.
We have gotten to the point where we have all the power wiring onto the new dimming panel, all the control wiring on the dimming panel, all the low voltage control power transformer's been converted over to that new dimming panel. And right now, the scheduling is with Butch or Carl Sutton, who's the teacher who's involved with that down there, and he's been working with scheduling on his end and also with the contractor. And so the contractor is planning on being back there, I believe, next Friday, from what Butch said, a week from tomorrow.
Mr. Beaver, do you have any questions on that?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is everything working as when we started before because I know we were waiting on the contractor to come back and program,
That's what he's going to be coming to do next Friday.
and there's not any more problems?
None that I can see. Now, we haven't been able to turn the lights on because the programming has not been done in his panel. But we have tested everything as far as the power and the lights and everything else. And we have power to all the auditorium, the house lights, the little touch pads now, so
Now,
it's passed our smoke test.
okay, but from what I've seen, the auditorium lights were working. Just the stage lights wasn't working.
Right.
Now the auditorium lights are not working.
There is one DMX cable, there's a control cable, a low voltage cable that still needs to be connected from his master panel to those 2 black boxes that are hanging on the wall, which are the house lights.
Okay. All right,
Now, I don't know when were you down there last, or,
today.
okay. Because we did get that small control power transformer to light up the panels on that wall for the auditorium lights. Now, when I left there earlier this week and got that energized, Butch seemed to think that all we needed to do was get the programming on the new dimmer panel, which also runs through that house light.
Okay. Well, one of the things that I found out today, or I heard about today,
Okay.
was there's other teachers in the school that's wanting to use the auditorium, and they can't use it. The Performing Arts has got their major fundraiser, the 10th and 11th of February, and so they're trying to decide what they're gonna do. And so I just seem like we're going backwards instead of forward.
And I will say, Mr. Beaver, we are totally dependent upon a contractor here. Unfortunately, you know, we have little control over contractors. We try to do the best we can to work with them. In this situation, we made a mistake of taking a contractor recommended by the teacher, who was a friend of his or something. We were trying to expedite the job. Working on those kind of lights are not something that we put in very often, so we don't have a ready list of contractors for that. If we'd had it to do, and if we hadn't have done this, you know, we're trying to do it in an emergency situation. If we'd put it out to bid, it would have probably taken 2 months to even get started on the work, to go through the bid process, bring it to you all for approval. And so we tried to expedite all that, but unfortunately, we just got a bad contractor. And so that, you know, at this point, and by expediting it, what we did is we got the insurance company to agree to pay for it. They gave him half the money up front. So
Right.
it's not like you can't walk away and say, we're going to fire you and hire somebody else, because they've already spent half the money with him. And they're holding 50% of payment until he finishes.
Mhm.
But unfortunately, we got a contractor that we're just really having a hard time with.
Okay, all right, thanks, sir.
Okay.
Any other questions on that? If not, we'll move on to the item we did add, which was the additional architect fees. I believe everyone had received this by email. I think it is also, wow, this software's nice. It's already in the packet. Sandy, did you have anything to say on?
If I could speak to that, we're, again, trying to move full speed ahead on the design of the new elementary school. We had our first programming meeting last week. We have our second programming meeting next week. And talking with the architect, when he called to schedule that, I said, how soon do you expect us to start on the schematic design? Because we basically had funded enough to do the program. He said, I think we'll be doing that by the 1st of February. I said, we got to get some more money. So please but in order to do that, their budget is based on a percentage of the, what they project the school will cost. I think, to be on the safe side, they estimated high on this number, because they've come in with a projected cost of $22 million. And basically, it's just a form. They end up getting 6% of that. They split it out per percentages, 20% for the schematic phase, 30% for the design development phase, 30% for the construction document phase. We attach that in there. And so what we're trying to do is get an amount approved so that we can go ahead and authorize them to work on the schematic design. Their schedule that they presented to us shows us, you know, if they can do that, they can have the design development done by April, which then allows you to start going to get the guaranteed maximum price. Obviously, we don't want to authorize anything past the schematic design, because when they finish schematic design, that's when they'll bring you a floor plan of here's what we've designed, so you can approve that and then approve moving forward with design development. So I think when I just got this, and I have not had an opportunity to sit down and go through the numbers, I think we can probably get this number down a little bit, because I think it's a little high. But I wanted to get it on the board agenda so we can move forward and stay on the aggressive schedule that they have started. So if you could go ahead and approve this, but give me time to talk to them and see if we can refine this number a little bit before the board meeting, we would certainly do that.
As it's worded here, you're asking us to authorize up to the 218.
Right.
I would think that what you're saying is if we pass this out of committee, we'd see this later in the month at the full board meeting. You may have some better numbers, or we may be able to adjust that motion at that point with some numbers. Is that what you're thinking?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. Do we have a motion to that effect, or any other? Okay. We have a motion by Ms. Kinzer and a second by Mr. Bates to authorize up to $218,000 to spend on programming work for the new school. Mr. Dudley.
My only concern is, what if we don't close on this property? I mean, I don't want us putting the cart before the horse. I mean, I know things are looking good, but there's always a possibility that something comes up and we're not able to close.
We have not operated under that premise, Mr. Dudley, so I will yield to Mr. Wolliver if he thinks there's any questions about the closing, being able to close.
I don't think there is, but I mean, just the timing of it, by the time this comes back to the full board will be later this month. Mm-hmm. So then we're looking at only a matter of a couple of weeks there until the closing. So You won't be very deep into it at that point. I don't think your risk of expenditure is that high. So, in answer to your question, I think the odds of them backing out are very slim, but even if they do, you're not that deep into the schematic design at that point. You could always pull the plug then.
And we would only pay them for work done, like, as by February 13th, they won't have spent all of this. They'll just have done, and we'll only, I mean, we might end up spending $20,000. I don't know, I'm just pulling the number out of the air of this money that they would be working, but we wouldn't have spent the whole amount.
Which would still be transferable to a different site.
That's right,
I
yeah.
don't think you'd be throwing money away regardless.
Ms. Parker?
With regards to the schematic design, have we set what the school population is going to be for this?
We're currently working, the very first programming phase, we said between 700 and 800 students, because we were looking at Dr. Register's recommendation of 700, so we said look at a design between 700 and 800 students.
And also looking at Dr. Register's report with his recommendation regarding another school for Baker and McDowell being combined at 800, is there the possibility that this design could be replicated there as well, and we can save some money on the design fees?
I think that's what our intent, they'd be very similar, and so, but we will make sure that's clear to them, because we haven't talked to them
Right.
about designing that school at all.
Understand. Thank you.
Okay. We have a motion and second. Any other discussion on that? Okay, seeing none, let's open it up for voting. And that did pass unanimously. Last item is we do have a motion by Mr. Atkinson to adjourn. Do we have a second? All in favor, say aye. Aye. We are adjourned.
All right, I'm ready to go ahead and get started with our special session. Does anybody need to take a break before we get started? Speak now if we're ready to get started. All right, so we may have to get the program uploaded. We'll go ahead and call the meeting to order. I want to welcome everyone to the January 12, 2017 special called meeting of the Maury County Board of Education. If the Vice Chair will take the roll, please.
Ms. Parker? Ms. Kinzer? Ms. Martin? Mr. Pennings? Mr. Moore is present. Mr. Atkinson? Mr. Bates? Mr. Beaver? Ms. Powers? Ms. Morency? Mr. Dudley? All members are present, sir.
All right, thank you, Mr. Moore. All right, so let's move through the agenda. We first, everybody has the agenda in front of us. As it is a special call meeting, we are not able to make any changes to the agenda. Is there a motion to approve the agenda? All right, we got a motion by Mr. Pennings, second by Mr. Moore. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. All right, while that's getting tallied up, if we could go ahead and have somebody see if anyone signed a sign-up sheet. I don't know if we have one back there. Or I'll just see if any member of the public wants to come forward to speak on any item on the agenda. Okay, thank you. All right, so it looks like that motion did pass unanimously. We've already covered public delegations. Moving on to new business. First item of business, we have the recommendation from the Facility and Zoning Committee to approve the construction of the addition at Marvin Wright Elementary School with a budget of $5,996,224. This includes contracting for construction with Hewlett Spencer LLC at a guaranteed maximum price of $5,438,224 using funds from the 177 capital outlay bond funds. So everybody's got that information in your packet. We do have the recommendation. Is there a motion to approve the recommendation of the committee? All right, we got a motion. Motion by Mr. Penning. Since that did come from the committee, it does not require a second. So now open the floor for any discussion regarding that particular motion. Mr. Moore.
I'll be a broken record again. I'll keep it short tonight. I would just like to say again, I think this is the wrong course of action we need to take. Not only on the addition side of this, I do not think it is appropriate to go into the MG money to fund this. So I'll leave it at that.
Yes, I believe Mr. Pennings, then Mr. Beaver.
I'll just say again what I said last week. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 recommendations by Belmont University study that we paid good money for to build 800 and 700 student schools. We paid good money for this recommendation. We've been talking about Marvin Wright for well over 2 years. It's about time we move and put it behind us and get on with our business.
Mr. Beaver.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Are we looking at taking all of the money out of EMG funds?
That's what we put in there. There are some capital funds available right now that have not been spoken for. There's about a little less than 200,000 that there's 9 and 7, 17 and 173, yeah, about $190,000 that's setting in the fund 141 capital funds of projects that have not been expended yet, so that could possibly be used. Other than that, I wouldn't know how much money's in the fund balance. But other than that, I wouldn't know where to get any more funds because the county commission did not offer any additional funds.
Okay.
So you might possibly use that approximately 100, what's remaining in our 141 capital funds, which is basically what's left over out of that $2.4 million that came out of last year out of fund balance.
Okay, how about the 1.1 mil that was from the bond?
Oh, you talking about the bond premium?
Yes.
We added that in to that assumption.
Say again, I'm sorry.
We were including that in the assumption that money, the total bond money available is 17. When we look at the total amount available we took the $4.5 million off, and we're showing, let me get to the number right here real quickly, $17,974,122 for the repair projects. That includes the $1.1 million bond premium. That's been put into our account. So what we would suggest is when you're taking it out of the bond, you're taking it out of the $17,974,122, which is available.
Okay. Well, one of the things I was interested in is showing our county commissioners that we're trying to put up as much money as we can afford. And with our discussion in November, we had right at $4.5 million, $5 million. The way that I seen it back in the end of November.
Yeah, what we showed you was money we've already spent tackling the things on the list. We had already spent, and I'd have to pull that report back up, but wasn't it about $2.9 million that you've already spent from existing funds doing the things that were identified in the $16.5 million list? So we've already done about $2.9 million toward that. So if you say that money's been used to address issues that the bond was issued for, then you've got also the $1.1 million bond premium. You could look at it that way.
Okay, so what way we can look at it is the 2.4 that's already been spent, plus the 1.1 premium from the bond. So basically, we're using 3.5 of our money. All right. And so that gives us what? 1.9 million?
Yes, sir. Actually, funded other than the bond, there was some money that we had, the 2.4 million, but we also have some money that we've spent, like we spent $110,000 from food service money to buy the compactors. We spent some carryover funds that we had, so the total is actually $2,828,000 that we've already committed outside the bond to address the things on the EMG list. So it's more than a 2.4. It was actually 2.8.
2.8, okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, thanks, sir.
Ms. Parker?
How much do we pay Dr. Register for his report?
Dr. Register's services for himself were free through Belmont, but we did contract with Mr. Edgens and Mr. Latimer for their work, and it
Right.
was $30,000.
Okay. So we paid $30,000 essentially for their 10-year report. We also paid, in going back, almost $133,000 for the EMG report.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
So the way that I look at this, and I know we've gone around and around on this, we have two issues in this system. We have a growth issue and we have a maintenance issue. And the part that bothers me about this is we're not even really borrowing, we're taking from the maintenance side to pay for a growth issue. And I hope everybody else has the confidence, this is a real trust thing with the county commission to assume that they're gonna put that money back, because I think what we heard from Train tonight and from Rinks, I mean, we can spend that EMG money like tomorrow on maintenance of our existing buildings. If you look at the $16 million that we allocated for EMG repairs, we're taking 36% of that money and spending it at one school. So the remaining 60+% of it is going to then be divided between all those other problems that we've just heard about: roofs, plumbing, electrical, HVAC. It's a lot, and I would rather, if we do need to do the addition, and I'm not necessarily opposed to the addition. When this first came up, and for some of the newer board members that may not have been at our retreat, I mean, we talked about this for 3 hours, and I personally was like, let's just go. But when we were talking about it, we were talking about $2.5 to $3 million. The price tag on it has more than doubled, and that's where I'm struggling with this. It's not that I don't want to do it. It's just I don't want to rob from Peter to pay Paul, because I don't know if they're going to get paid back.
Mr. Pennings?
I agree what you're saying, Ms. Parker, but the problem is that all the while I've been on the school board, we've had 2, 3, 4 years, and sometimes longer, where we did not get one penny from the county commission to do maintenance. Now, I would agree that in that time, and we kept a $7 million balance in our fund balance in that, which we could have been spending. That's past. This is a new board, a new time. What the commissioners are seeing right now, and I have had several of them call me, what they're seeing right now is we spent, what, $200,000 already to Hewlett Spencer for the design? So we spent $200,000 already, and what they're seeing is that we are sitting here procrastinating and taking $200,000 and just throwing it away. Because we can't decide to do what needs to be done. And I totally agree with you saying we have to find some way to put the money back to do the things that we have to do. But this Marvin Wright has been kicked around for way too long. It has to be settled. And I'll tell you right now, I'm going to vote to do it. But we need to either vote to do it or turn it down, one or the other, not keep putting it off.
Ms. Barker.
Ms. Barker? Okay. I thought you said Ms. Martin. Sorry. I agree we've already spent $200,000, but I think if you think back on it, we've spent $133,000 for the EMG report. We've spent $30,000 for the 10-year plan. And the problem I have, when you talk about previous boards, when I came on this board, I remember sitting down with our former director and asking him for a copy of our strategic plan. We didn't have one. And I think that's a travesty that a $90 million organization lacks a strategic plan. We're still not there. But to get closer to that, we have done things to try to get closer. Part of that was the leadership issue, and we have Dr. Marzak, and I think he's addressing a lot of those. Academically, I think that the 7 keys are part of the strategic plan. But facilities are a huge part, and to combat that, we decided that we needed to spend money to do the EMG report and to do the 10-year report from Dr. Register. And so I just have a hard time because I know Stan has said that coming in the future, he's going to be bringing things and he's going to reference the EMG report. If we do this tonight, we are gutting that EMG report, in my opinion, because if you remember that first year, it said we needed to be spending $30 million, not 16. So if we take $6 million away from that 16 that we got, essentially, and I'm using round numbers, we've got $10 million to spend on 21 other schools. So, no offense, Stan, but when those things come back to us with the EMG said to do this, I can't in good conscience necessarily just blindly accept those. I want to use this EMG plan and just go forward and say, yes, let's check that off the list. We can't do that. And I would also remind people that when the commission voted for this $22 million bond, it was, I've talked to commissioners who have told, and I will say commissioners not named Parker, just so that is clear, but I have talked to, I know where he stands. I've talked to commissioners who have said, Kristen, I have constituents come in my office constantly that say, why did you guys raise my taxes? They can't see the new chiller. They can't see the ceiling tiles. They can't see the broken floor tile that gets replaced. They can't see those things. They can see a new addition to Marvin Wright. They can see a new Central High School. They can see those tangible things, but they can't see the deferred maintenance that hasn't been done in our schools. And so for them, it is really hard. I think that it will be very hard for them to say, we gave you that money and you chose to use it on something else, so you didn't prioritize that deferred maintenance. But let me come back and give you some more. Now, I hope that they will, and if they do, bless them. But if they don't, we are going to be sitting here with 2 documents that we paid almost we paid over $150,000 for. So $200,000, $150,000, $160,000. We're talking about the same amount. It's just a matter of which one we want to follow right now. And I do not think that the Marvin Wright edition is off the table forever. I mean, the architectural plans that we have drawn up, we have plenty of things in this county that are sitting over in Bob Duncan's office that they could pull off the shelf any day and start building. Justice centers, whatever. A 3rd floor on Central High School. I mean, there's all kinds of things that we've spent money on before that we haven't used. So I still think that if this is a need, we can still do it down the road. I just want us to put the money towards what we really, really need, which is the new school in Spring Hill. And I think once that's done, it will alleviate some of the overcrowding issues. But if we're talking about spending $6 million for 1 year, maybe 2 years, I just think that's not the best use of our money when we know how many other needs we have in this system. If it were a perfect world, I would approve this in a heartbeat. But we have so many needs in our system that I just can't justify that big ticket.
Mr. Pennings. Well, I respect everybody's views, and Mr. Pennings, I certainly, I know we do have Dr. Restert has come to us, and I respect all of his findings, and I think it's great information. But at the end of the day, it's a recommendation, and some of those recommendations are kind of like theoretical, or they're not in the hot seat. They're not. I mean, it's easier to make some of those recommendations when you're not on the front lines having to make those real decisions that affect other things. And so, but now, one thing just to point out, in the report that Dr. Rester did bring to us, as far as our capacity, it looks like we actually have a little extra capacity at Marvin Wright. So we have a little bit of, maybe not a lot of wiggle room, but we've got to do something. I mean, and we all agree we've got to do something. Really, what it boils down to me, to go from the theoretical to the real, I mean, the real part, what we're deciding tonight is, and I pulled what we received from staff before, just to make sure I didn't say something that was incorrect. This is the estimate that they provided to us for the portables. For 6 classrooms, the estimate was between $90,000 and $120,000. And who's to say that, do we need 8 classrooms right now? I mean, we may be okay with 6 classrooms. So that's the cost. So let's get real. That's $120,000, okay? $6 million. That's what we're comparing. This is, in a nutshell, this is what we're deciding tonight. Are we going to spend around $120,000, or we're going to spend $7 million or $6 million? Okay, let's get real a little bit more. In real terms, we spend $6 million. That comes from somewhere. That's not magic money. That comes from a real pot of money, the EMG money that we worked very hard, and we as a board said, this is urgent. This is a priority of this board. We need the funding for this to address these issues. This $6 million is coming out of that repair fund. I mean, that's it, in real terms. And so in real terms, we've just gone over tonight that we've got HVAC repairs to do, we have potential plumbing issues to do, potential electrical issues to do. That's all over the county. And in real terms, if the board goes forward tonight and spends this $6 million, I can almost guarantee that we're going to be looking at one of those schools and going to say, well, the HVAC needs to be repaired, but sorry, we don't have the funds. We can't do it. Because we elected to spend $6 million rather than, it's not everybody's favorite, but we could spend $120,000 or more. I mean, that's a round number, and have a solution to get us until we get the new school built. I mean, that's ultimately what I've said from day one. That is the solution. What we're talking about is a temporary stopgap measure to get us until the new school's built. And so, I don't want to beat a dead horse, but everybody knows what my stand is and what my vote is going to be. And I just want to make sure that I do want to put something on the record as to why I'm voting the way I'm voting. Yes, Ms. Kinzer.
I know I hadn't been here for the long term, but I just can't vote to put a Band-Aid on something. Portables would be a Band-Aid. You've got a cafeteria issue. You've got other things you've got to spend money on. And you heard Dr. Register say when you get those portables, they don't seem to ever go away. And portables to me are a security issue. It is not what is best for students. And I understand and I appreciate all you said. I wasn't part of all of the discussions and all the hours and hours of time you spent on the EMG. I was here. I happened to have been here the night that it was presented. And I happened to have, he looked at me and wanted to know who I was, and I just didn't know who I was. And he gave me a copy of it. So there you go. I don't know the answer. I've had 3 commissioners that, one reached out to me, one I'm friends, a couple I'm friends of, and I just asked them how they felt about it. They said, y'all got to do that. You've got to do those classrooms. That needs to be a first class school. And then Dr. Register's report said, if we were to do and correct the problems, and we're not just talking about putting kids in a whether it's a portable or just a classroom, we're talking about moving around in an appropriate way, whether the special ed classes, am I right about this? That it'll be a much healthier educational environment, and they'll be able to handle the numbers in the cafeteria as well.
Yes, ma'am. When the school was built, it wasn't programmed correctly. It was built and the keys were turned over. And this measure reprograms the school correctly to reflow the school and put things in the appropriate place where they should have been when the school was originally designed by the architect. So that it does take care of those programming issues. As Steve Hewlett told you a week or so ago when we were here, to not do the addition, to not move those things around, leaves it in still dysfunctional state as far as programming is concerned. Yes, ma'am.
And once again, I'm new, I'm learning, I'm hoping, but I have to vote for this because I think it's what's best for kids. I think it's what's best for that community, and I think it will prolong having to spend a lot of money on another second elementary school, as is in the report. And I appreciate the passion that I've listened to all of your discussions about it. So there's no right, there's no wrong. We just need to vote.
Thank you, Ms. Kinzer. All right, Mr. Dudley and then Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, not only do we have Dr. Register feeling comfortable with going along with the expansion, Dr. Marzak, we've hired him, and we should be listening to what he says. He's still in favor of this addition. You know, like I said a couple months ago, here we go getting wishy-washy again. You know, we've voted numerous times to go for the expansion at Marvin Wright. And, you know, I think, yes, we're pulling some of the money out of the EMG, but I think there's going to be some savings in the EMG figures that will help offset some of it. I am hopeful that the commission will at some point give us some funding that we can reapply. I mean, a large number of them sit here this evening and listen to the reports. Nobody is doubting that we'll have an overcrowding need at Spring Hill, at Marvin Wright. So I'm hoping that we will vote with moving forward, and you know, if we vote no, we can forget having it open by school, the opening of the school year.
Mr. Moore.
A couple of things on that. I mean, I think with what Mr. Dudley said about being wishy-washy, I mean, that's how I feel about doing this with the MG money. That's exactly how I feel about it. I feel like we made some very intentional decisions as a board, and all of a sudden we're throwing that out the window. And I can't discount. I understand, you know, what looked like a reasonable sum of money at one point is very quickly turning into next to nothing left. Because I'm hearing tonight we've got a roof report where we had almost $2 million, I believe, in unexpected roofing costs, if that's close, that weren't even on the EMG report, that very quickly are going to, by necessity, bump other things out of the way. And that's, again, staying in the two realms that Dr. Redford talked about, which was growth and maintenance. That stays in the maintenance realm. So that's $2 million right there. You put that with $6 million here. We just commissioned or started the process of getting some more in-depth reports, which, as Mr. Bates would hope, that we would find some savings there, less than what they say. But the reality is it may go the other direction. We just don't know. And that troubles me. And I understand that some board members have a philosophical problem with portables. I clearly don't have a problem with portables. And I say that as a parent with a child at Marvin Wright that very well may end up in one of those portables. So this isn't theory to me. This is reality. But I also know that I've talked to other parents at the school where my own child goes, and I've yet to find a single parent that is opposed to portables, with the understanding that we as a board are taking intentional steps to have a permanent school put in the area to resolve these issues, and that we address safety issues, which I think can be addressed. and I look to our north, and not to mention them too much, but if you look at some of the top performing schools in this state, in Williamson County, they have portables sitting outside of them. And I don't hear complaints out of those parents that they are in portables. They understand that those are good schools, and they're performing well, and their children are performing well. Again, I'm not saying that's the best answer. I think it's obviously to be frank, I don't think anyone here thinks that the best answer to have portables at schools. But sometimes you have to make that decision to make a temporary answer that's the right one at the time, but it's not the best one overall. But I think it's important because I know when Dr. Register's report, when he was mentioning delaying a second elementary school, I know some people hear that and think, well, that justifies the addition. When I hear that we really need to be talking about a second elementary school. That's a solution. As Mr. Bates had mentioned earlier, I want to talk about real solutions, not stopgap measures. And to me, when he says that, the real solution is to be talking about long-term, truly planned, developed schools that are, as Dr. Marzak says, programmed from day one as we want them to be, that are designed like we want, where we want, and can perform like we want. That's, to me, what we need to be focusing our time, energy, and money on. So I said I wouldn't say anything else on it, but it's just frustrating. And I understand everyone here, and I understand everyone here is trying to find the right answer, and I appreciate that. And I know we have some differences of opinion on it. But I would just encourage everyone to really look, as Mr. Chairman Bates has said, there are a lot of aspects to this, and it's not as simple as we just need to do something. And I understand it's hard for us to look and figure out that there may be some convoluted solutions or some pieces we have to put together to come to the final answer. But there's a lot of things here we need to weigh, and I'm not sure we're really looking at all of the impacts, including funding, including long-term use of these schools, including cost, where we're pulling money from. I know it's hard, but I think we really need to take a very hard look at that. And I think when I look at it, pulling the money out of the EMG report, the funds that are dedicated for repairs to go towards this growth issue, when we have other options we can do, I just don't think it's appropriate.
I'm going to get Ms. Powers since she hasn't had a chance to get in, then we'll get Mr. Pennings.
I am pro-addition. I'm quite firm on that. And I do not like portables. I don't think they're the worst thing in the world, but I do not like portables. I have received encouragement from both commissioners, some community, as well as administrators for the addition. So, again, I'm pro-addition. However, what I'm struggling with now is that we asked the county commission, I feel like, for something very specific. So, at first, when we were talking about pulling a little bit out of that, maybe I could have made a case to rob Peter to pay Paul, but now the price tag has dramatically increased, and this is a lot of money. And to hear Mrs. Parker put percentages to it, I have to ask a question, and that of you, Mr. Breeden, if you don't mind, can I put you on the spot?
Yes, ma'am.
I know I've done it before.
You
I'm
can put
sorry.
me on the spot.
Sorry. Well, when we start talking about that we have 16 million and then we're talking about pulling 6, that's going to leave us with 10, facilities is not my thing. So I appreciate that I'm not really on that committee, but I learn a lot when I come. And every single thing we talked about tonight was very, very, very expensive. And so that, if we're talking about going from roughly 16 million down to 10 by the time we pull this money, and correct me if my math is wrong or if I'm looking at this wrong, but that's pretty sobering to me. One, the credibility issue with the county commission, I take that seriously. But can you speak to this? I mean, this worries me that I think it was put eloquently that we've got both growth issues and maintenance issues, and we're taking a huge chunk of our maintenance allocation for this. So I just need to make it make sense.
Let me just say that, again, as we pointed out earlier, we ended up, even though we requested $16.5 million for capital projects and $4.5 million to buy property and design schools, there was a $1.1 million bond premium, so that was added into our fund as well. So instead of $16.5 million, I have to go back and get that number real quick here, the amount that we actually have is $17,974,000. So it's almost $18 million. that is sitting in that account for repairs. So that 18 minus 6 would be 12. And then we have already addressed $2.8 million using the $2.4 million from fund balance. And I was trying to remember the other numbers. There was some money left over from the Whitthorne project that we used, about $400,000, I think it was about $400,000. And then we also have some money kicked in for food service, so 2.8. So you could add that back on top. So now you're back up to about $14 to $15 million that we actually will end up spending toward the $16.5 million list. Does that make sense?
Okay. Is it still my turn, Chairman?
I was doing that math in my head, so I'm not asking if that makes sense. Did I do that right? But I think I did that correctly.
Okay. Again, I am clear that I want the addition, but these numbers really do have to make sense. And so if what I hear is correct, we have 1.5 that was just kind of like lucky. We kind of had a surplus in the bond, correct?
There was a bond premium
Okay.
that they had, and I'm not sure, I wasn't in the bond thing, but, you know, or the way they set the bond up, they ended up with a premium. It was about whatever it was. I just know we're showing that in that, based on the money they gave us from the county commission, we put $4.5 million, they put $4.5 million into the new building, new land, and the rest of it went into the other one, and it's showing a beginning balance of $17,974,122. So it's almost $18 million, 16,000 short of $18 million.
Okay. So I'm so sorry. We're going to have to walk through my math, so I appreciate everyone's patience. But, okay, we've got 1.5 million that kind of is bumping our 16 update.
Yeah.
Okay. And then we've paid hold on. There was 2.8 from fund balance that we've spent on projects, 2.4, but then we had some money left over from Whitthorne, so that money was
Added to.
2.8. And that's kind of like our money, if you will.
It's our money that we have spent toward things that were on the $16.5 million list.
Okay, so we're kind of swapping some money around, but legitimizing that didn't come from the money we'd asked them for. Okay, so that's bringing us 1.9. Excuse me, arithmetic. Okay, so 4.3. And right now our price tag is at 5.9, correct?
That's correct.
So we're talking of a difference of, what, 1.6? And so basically that's what we would be taking away. It's not really the whole 6.
That is correct.
Okay, thank y'all for.
That is one way to look at it, yes, ma'am. There's different ways to look at it, but yes, ma'am, that is one way you could look at it.
Well, I feel like the responsibility for taxpayer money sits up here, but I feel like I have to look to you, and I do feel like you're conscientious and prudent with our money, and you make, I trust your judgment. How do you feel with we have a ton of maintenance concerns. Clearly, the schools were not given money for a long, long time for deferred maintenance, and so now we're really in a mess. So we really need every penny, but to give up 1.6 sounds a lot better than 6 million to me. Do you, I know I'm really putting you on the spot, but I have no knowledge.
The only thing I can tell you is even the $16.5 million won't solve all of our problems. We're going to have some more money.
Okay, fair enough. Okay,
So-
thank you for letting me put you on the spot.
Yeah.
To try to get some wisdom in this. Thank
Yeah.
you.
All right, Mr. Pennings and then Mr. Moore, and then hopefully we'll start wrapping things up.
You're right, Mr. Bates and Mr. Moore. I am truly biased against portables. We had portables at Baker when I first lived here, and they stood empty for a while. I believe Mr. Gaines, when they weren't being used, but they never got moved. They just sat there empty. And you're giving us a cost on the portables. And I'm not doubting your cost on the portables, but that is getting the portables and getting them set up. Now, when you remove them, you have removal and tear down of all the electrical, sewer, anything else. You may want to break up the pad they were sitting on. Plus the fact you've got a dysfunctional school at Marvin Wright yet. Plus the fact that you may buy portables and set them there, but you still can't feed the children because you haven't improved the size of the cafeteria, which is part of adding the 8 classrooms to Marvin Wright. So what's the use of getting portables and sticking 100 kids in them if you have to feed them dinner at 8 o'clock in the morning?
All right, Mr. Bennings, just real quick, just want to briefly address one comment you made. These are not my numbers. I mean, this is what was provided to us and included, and I can go through it and I can show this to, it's attachment 16. It was one of the attachments to our zoning facility packet. Said the lead time based upon 2015 research, and I'm reading it verbatim, cost of portable classrooms, lead time 6 to 8 weeks minimum. 1 mobile classroom unit with 2 classrooms with restrooms, $755 a month lease. Delivery setup is $10,000 to $15,000. Pickup tear down $5,000 to $10,000. Plus utility low voltage connection to the setup fees, plus cost of additional utilities, electric and water. First year costs approximately $15,000 to $20,000 per classroom. And so summarize, 6 classrooms equals $90,000 to $120,000. This is an estimate only, could be more or less. This is not my information. This is what was provided to this committee and to this board. Mr. Moore.
Okay. I can keep going all night on this. One thing I want to bring this up, this has come up again about the dysfunctional nature of the school. There's a bit of a problem there too, because this is the first I've heard of Marvin Wright being a dysfunctional school, as when this discussion came up, when this new addition came up. And that's a little troubling because, again, I look back a year ago when we went to the county commission asking for money for what we thought the needs were of a new school. I know hindsight's 20/20 on this, but it's frustrating that we should have been asking for the money for this addition at that point. But we really didn't even talk about an addition until it came up when we realized we were theoretically getting close to capacity numbers when the school started this year. And now all of a sudden we went from a capacity issue to it's completely programmed wrong and need to reformat the whole school. I mean, I don't know, it's a little troubling to me that all of a sudden this stuff just keeps coming up. I'm not doubting that it's there, but I'm wondering, it just pops up all of a sudden.
This came from Steve Hewlett. When we started looking at building the addition, he contacted the person, I believe that was Mr. Oglesby? Jack Owenby, who knew what was going on with the school when it was constructed, and the programming phase was skipped. So Mr. Owenby told Mr. Hewlett that school never programmed correctly from the minute they opened the doors and they let kids into the classrooms. That school was not programmed correctly. So it was set up to fail from the beginning. So this addition and the movement around reprograms the school to take into account what should have been done when the school was built. So that's the information that we got from Steve Hewlett.
Well, I can appreciate that opinion on that, but I think it tries to take into account, but I think there are still going to be some deficiencies even with the addition as is brought up. I think that's the reality of the small hallways and some of the other routing issues you cannot resolve without completely tearing it apart. And I think anybody who has been in that facility would understand what I mean by that. But to go to the other thing too, we're talking about numbers. You want to go back to if you look at the 10-year report we just got and the projections on the numbers, if you go out, because again, what they're saying, we are not over capacity as of today, unless there's numbers have changed. Based on what we started the school year with, which was 624 students, are we over that now? Or do we know?
Give us a second. We'll look it up.
While they're looking that up, Mr. Moore, do you want to
Sure.
yield to
I'll definitely
Mr. Dudley? Mr. Dudley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When will we be able to get some accurate numbers as far as our fund balance?
We have a number today that we're cross-checking with the state to be sure that it's correct. And our goal is to have an accurate number as of the time, this is the start of the academic committee meeting on Tuesday. So Mr. Parliament's working with the State Department, Revenue Department, Finance Department to verify that number.
So is there any possibility that we could use some of our fund balance to help offset some of this money we're pulling from EMG?
If that money is available and this board chooses to do that, then yes, you can.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, Mr. Beaver.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I agree with Ms. Powers. You know, the 1.6 sounds a whole lot better than the 6 million. And I don't know if Mr. Breeden could show us more that has been pulled out to do maintenance in the last 6 months or so, or is that a very good number that you gave us earlier?
Number of $2.8 million?
Yeah.
Yeah, that is a good number. That's
a
a
good
number
number.
that we presented to you on a report at the last meeting when this was brought up. That's on a report that I can't remember, I think it was at the board meeting. It was at Mr. Bates' request. He had some questions about, asked us to give some specifics, and we showed how much money had been spent. So that's on a report. It's got the detail of those items.
Okay, so we're spending right at $4.5 million of our own money to get this addition added on, and the pickup drop-off lane cut, the whole shooting match, correct?
When you say $4.5 million,
Well, we talked to her earlier about 2.8, and then the 1.1 bond.
well, the bond premium, I mean, that came with the
With the-
16.5 million, so it was just some additional money the commission was able to receive.
Yeah.
They originally
Yes.
intended to give us a 16.5, and they originally intended us to give $21 million on the bond issue, and they gave us $22.1 million.
Right. Okay, I
So-
mean, but what I'm
So
saying though is we got $1.1 million more than we were planning on getting to start with.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Yeah. And so we're using a lot more of our money than, we're not pulling all the $5.9 million out of the EMG money.
That's what the motion says.
The only way I would respond to that, Mr. Beaver, is we're not spending it all out of the $16.5 million.
Correct. And, yeah, you're right. That's what I'm saying. The 1.6 sounds a whole lot better than the 6 million.
Mr. Pennings, and then hopefully we start wrapping it up. We'll put
I
this over.
believe that the only reason we're not over capacity or at capacity at Marvin Wright is because we zoned students out of there 2 years ago, if I remember right. So if we had all the students there that we should zone back to Marvin Wright, we'd be at or over capacity.
All right, so, Mr. Gaines, did you have the number that Mr. Moore requested, what the current number is?
Can I work off of some assumptions on that, or are we going to wait?
Ms. Parker?
Can I just ask one thing? In looking at the EMG report, it had talked about plumbing at Marvin Wright. That's not included in this number, right? Any plumbing upgrades for the entire school are not included in this 5 point?
I did ask that question, and that is correct.
Okay.
There are none.
Okay. I know you're looking for some other stuff, but I would just, one thing that Dr. Register said before he left that I wrote down was he said, don't defer maintenance to build new schools. And that quote stuck with me, because to me, regardless of how you want to cut this pie or cut this cake, we are taking the money from EMG. Because if you look at the money that we asked for, it didn't cover all of our needs. That 16.5 17, 18, 19, whatever number you want to throw out that we essentially got from the commission, it doesn't cover our needs. You know it doesn't tonight. Every single one of you heard how we could spend that money tonight. So if you choose to do this addition, you're deferring maintenance to build a new school, essentially, is what you're doing. I mean, I don't know that there's any other way to cut that pie.
All right, so if there's not any, Mr. Moore.
Mr. Chairman, while they're looking for
Mr.
that, can I
Walker.
just say,
Sure.
The architectural administration costs are part of this. Part of what the Hewlett-Spencer model is that you're going to assign a portion of your contract with Earl Swinson and Associates over. I don't think it needs to be a separate motion, but I want it to be understood by the board that the Hewlett-Spencer model is you're going to assign a portion of that contract with Earl Swinson over if you pass this motion. So, because the chair will be asked to sign that assignment at some point, I kind of wanted to point that out. But I think it's implicit in what you're doing. It's in the Hewlett-Spencer construction contract, but that would be a separate document.
And Mr. Wolver, I think it's important to note, the costs for that were included in the GMP.
Yeah, in the budget.
In the budget, yeah, it's included in Hewlett-Spencer's GMP, so those
So
architectural costs.
Part of the 5.9 will get assigned, but it doesn't increase the total cost.
That's right.
Okay. All right. Mr. Moore?
Do we have an answer yet?
Give us your best
I
last
just need a
number.
round
Yeah.
number here. I don't.
We upload the file, I'm just not seeing it, and that's why I don't, the numbers are saying that it was September 10th, what I'm afraid of.
Would your assumption be that the number has gone up since then?
Yes, yes.
What would your assumption be, how much it's going up?
I know she enrolled 10 students on the first day back.
Okay.
Both them and Springfield enrolled 10 students, so it was at least 10. $641 is the number here, but that's, the date on here is showing as the 24th, that was the 4th of enrollment, so.
The fourth day of enrollment?
24th day of enrollment. But we have a new file out here, it just doesn't seem to be syncing, and I don't know why. We have a new file dated 1/10, and I don't know why. I'm trying to send it out to Margaret and see if we can.
Okay, I think I can still work with my numbers here. I just want to, if you go back to the 10-year report, the projections are, I mean, and they based on some numbers, is that we would be looking at, based on their projections, again, that was using the original number of 624 this year. They said on the 17-18 year, they're looking at a projection of 680 students, and on the 18-19 year, they're looking at 736 students. And again, when the calculations were done, again, from the 10-year report on the capacity, they're showing the capacity of that school as it's being used now is at 658. So that was when I say we're not over capacity, is because based on the 10-year report we just got, they're saying we're not. Unless you're going to tell me there's new numbers in addition to the 640 plus the 10, we're still under with that number. What I'm saying is we're talking about a $6 million purchase here. And again, I've already discussed this with and sent out some suggestions. There's other ways to approach this. There are some students that can be moved out of that school that are not zoned for that school to make up another 18 students or 20 students of that ballpark. What I'm saying is we're really only talking about 60 or 65 students over a 2-year period is what we're talking about. Now, that may change. There may be a little bit, but if y'all have got some different numbers. But that's the ballpark we're talking about.
Mr. Moore, if my math is correct, so for 17-18, based upon what Dr. Rescher's numbers, if the capacity is 658 and they're expecting 680, then we're talking about 22 students.
Just for next year. I'm
For
going
next year.
2 years out.
Within 2 years is where you're, what's the other number?
I'd have to go back with,
Okay.
again, the numbers change a little bit, but I think the ballpark, and I understand what you're saying. I think there are some, and that's what I said earlier, there's some small changes that can be made, there's some adjustments. I still think there's some ways to get here without spending $6 million of maintenance money to address really what's only a 60 or 70 student problem. I mean, that's what I keep coming down to. This is not a huge thing. It's not like their projections that they gave us are 800 or 900 students there. It's really not that big. And I think there's some small steps we could take to get there. And that's what I keep coming down to on this, that don't cost $6 million.
Well, and I would break it down even further that, I mean, really the most pressing need that we have right now is the start of the 17-18 school year. And if we're looking at if 680 show up as they project, and we got a capacity of 658, if my math is right, that's 22 students. That means if we're talking about a portable, looking at what the information they gave us before, one mobile unit has 2 classrooms with restrooms for $755 a month for a lease. So we may not need 6 classrooms. And then when you're talking about projecting out, if we do not get the new school built in time for 18-19, that would be my preference, is to have opening of the new elementary school. In 18-19, we wouldn't even need a portable. But if we needed a portable, you're talking about, you know, for about 60 students.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes,
If
Ms.
we're
Powers.
talking if we're talking numbers of students, and I think right now we're kind of in a brainstorming session a little bit, I am curious, like, if we're talking about that type numbers, can we also look at the capacity of Spring Hill Elementary? I mean, do they have any space? Because now I am pro addition over portables, but if we have space, and I know rezoning is a touchy subject, but I do feel like kids that are at Spring Hill, Marvin Wright, the parents would probably be okay with Spring Hill Elementary. So if we're kind of brainstorming and talking capacity numbers, I mean, is there a way for a short-term fix to rezone some of these kids to Spring Hill Elementary?
Well, Mr. Breed may be able to correct me, but I do think when they went through the information before, the Marvin Wright zone is a very condensed zone. There's so many subdivisions around that one area. And so I'm not sure if, and again, Mr. Breed maybe will correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't know if we can really gain much by rezoning as far as that goes. But again, I may be incorrect on that.
There is a section to the west that you could possibly rezone. Most of them are either tightly connected around there or to the south and the east. So you'd have to shift kids who lived within a half a mile of Marvin Wright to travel 5 miles to Spring Hill Elementary, because you can't move the ones on the east and the south unless you drive them through the Marvin Wright zone to get to Spring Hill Elementary. We've already moved as many of those as we can to Howell. That was the school that was appropriate to rezone there. So there is a small part, but you get into just what you just said. You're going to be taking kids that live within a half a mile of the school and transporting them 4 or 5 miles to the other school. So,
But for my conscience sake, I do need to know, is there space at Spring Hill Elementary? Because $6 million is a huge amount of money if we can brainstorm this and problem solve it for a short term.
yes, let me, currently at Spring Hill Elementary, I was getting to the numbers, and I'm going back to the capacity that Mr. Edgens figured. He shows at Spring Hill Elementary a capacity of 604 students, and our enrollment, the only enrollment I have is at the beginning school, which was 520. I don't have a current. So you've got room for maybe 80 students. However, I'll go back and tell you that if you look at the projections they made, they show Spring Hill Elementary starting to grow pretty, I think it's next year, showing that 520 jumping to 598 next year. So you've almost taken up all that capacity in their growth next year. So you're probably not going to have any enrollment opportunity.
If I can only interject
zoning.
one thing there, and this is what I wanted to bring up earlier, there are a lot of students that are coming out of zone to both of those schools. There's 18 at Marvin Wright, and there's more than that at Spring Hill Elementary that are voluntarily coming out of zone. And I know we've talked about this in policy. Those kids are not in zone there. And I know from last year when we did the rezone, there was something like 56 students that went from Marvin Wright to Spring Hill Elementary already voluntarily. So again, this wasn't looked at and it wasn't brought to us, but I think that, again, I keep saying there are ways to make these numbers work that we haven't been brought.
All right, so there's a bit of a motion to cut off debate. That does require a 2/3 vote to cut off debate. Is there a second to the motion? All right, we got a second by Mr. Moore. All right, so we got a motion to, I'm sorry, Mr. Dudley, second by Mr. Dudley. All right, so we got a motion to terminate discussion and go for the vote. So we need to vote on that. Requires a 2/3 majority. All right. I don't think it's debatable. Hold on. Let's look. All right, so the motion to close debate, that is not debatable, so we just need to go ahead and proceed with the vote once we're ready.
Please vote no. And this is to close the debate.
Close the debate, yes. How many voted yes? 6 voted yes, motion fails. All right, so we are back on the main motion. We're still, if anybody wants to have any debate, I'm always good with moving things along, but I do want to make sure everybody's had their chance to be able to say their piece. So is there anybody else that has any other discussion regarding the motion that's on the floor? And this is the motion to approve the construction of the addition. All right, so we're back on the main motion now. No, not an amended motion. All right, it should allow us to vote on this now. Okay? No other discussion, we're ready to vote. I don't think you should have to put it back in. It should. Yes, the original motion. It's a motion by, I believe it's, Mr. Pennings, did you make that motion?
Yes, I did.
All right, and it does not require a second.
Mr. Bates,
Yes.
you said the motion to close the debate failed. According to the screen, the motion to close the debate passed.
No, it requires, to cut off debate requires a 2/3 majority. It only had 6 in the affirmative. Oh, well.
It's on.
I want to make sure that it's right in the minutes because the screen says it passed.
We'll fix it in a minute. By that way, it just goes by
Pennings is making the motion?
All right, we're gonna have I guess have to have a roll call vote. Unless you all want me to wait till it gets straightened out. All right, so we got the motion by Mr. Pennings that's on the floor. It's based upon the recommendation from the zoning village committee. Everybody understand what the motion is? This is the motion to approve the construction of the addition. Okay. Ms. Parker. Okay. Ms. Kinzer. Okay, Ms. Martin. Okay, Mr. Pennings.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Moore.
No.
All right, Mr. Mackison.
No.
Bates votes no. Mr. Beaver.
No.
Ms. Powers. Okay. I'm too tired. Ms. Moranci. I'm sorry. Mr. Dudley.
Yes.
And that motion does pass on a vote of 6-5. All right, so now we're moving on down the agenda. Next item, we have the recommendation to approve the school board resolution. And I think this is this, Mr. Walliver, you may be able to fill us in. This is just more handling the paperwork to authorize us to be able to hire Hewlett Spencer to be able to do the addition.
That's correct, and more along the lines for the Public Building Authority than Hewlett Spencer. It's just a blanket authorization that when you designate a project and you can contract with Hewlett Spencer, that they have the authority to engage the Public Building Authority. So it doesn't obligate you to anything, but just allows you to continue using the Public Building Authority without having to go back and do resolutions separately.
All right, so remind me, Mr. Breeden, did this come out of committee? Or Mr. Moore, maybe you can remind me, did we already recommend this from the committee? We did or didn't? We did? All right, so is there a motion to approve the committee's recommendation? All right, got a motion by Mr. Atkinson. Since that did come out of the committee, it does not. All right, we'll second it by Mr. Dudley just to make sure. All right, so any discussion on the motion? Send over, ready to vote.
Shirley, you're on the wrong motion. Go back. You're on the scope of work. There you go. Click on that one, then click take action. Who made the motion?
Mr. Atkinson, seconded by Mr. Dudley.
Please vote now.
Looks like that motion does pass. It was unanimous. Although I don't even think I even voted, but anyway, so I guess I was, that's what I get for not paying attention. All right, so next item on the agenda, we have the request of approval of SOW from Alave. I'm not sure we're not in livestock now. There's a sow there.
Scope of work from
Okay,
Alaview.
gotcha.
Not a problem.
All right, so I'll turn it over to you.
All right, Mr. Parliament, the moment we've been waiting for since 8 o'clock.
I'll make this short. The district partnered with Alaview a little while back to do a pilot program on their software that helps the district plan, monitor, and evaluate its financial data. During the course of that pilot, they identified our chart of accounts to be severely deficient in using their terms. They have put together a statement of work that would go back through and basically redo the chart of accounts that would allow greater efficiencies in reporting. It will allow federal reporting with the ESSA regulations that are coming down the pike. And it also includes training and implementation of that chart of accounts and greater use of that. So that's what the statement of work is for. There are 3 pieces to that. All 3 pieces total $35,000. They bump it down to $30,000 if we approve all 3 pieces.
Let me ask you, what do we have currently? What program do we use for a chart of accounts?
It's an antiquated chart of accounts that has been used, you know, I don't know how far it goes back. So it was in local government, it's in Skyward now. So it's basically revamping that chart of accounts.
So right now, the program that's running the chart of account program is Skyward.
Right, right.
And this would be
We've just
moving it
used
over.
the same chart of accounts all the way through.
But it would be a different program.
This will pull information from Skyward. So once this chart of accounts is developed, it will talk back and forth from Skyward. So everything will still be done in Skyward, but this, once it goes full-blown, this will give the district principals, everybody, a greater in-depth view into expenses, budgets, everything like that.
Okay. How does that, my understanding that the comptroller's office, and I think it's actually by state statute, or at least regulations, that the state has a chart of accounts that we have to use. It's not really our, chart of accounts, and we have to follow those specific categories in our budget. How does that
I don't believe the
interrelate?
work is changing the chart of accounts. It's streamlining and using that chart of accounts differently. I think the way it's set up now, and I can't speak to what you're talking about, but I think it's very difficult to use and for anybody to understand kind of what's going on. So I don't know that it changes the chart of accounts, but it streamlines it.
Have we been in contact with maybe the comptroller's office, just to maybe get their blessing that this will satisfy them? Because state auditors come in and they probably like their own little categories and things like that.
I have not, no.
And they would still be able to access the chart of accounts in the back door. What this does is it gives a more visual, streamlined effect to it. The CEO of the company, Jess Gartner, who I met at ERDI a year ago, she was an accountant, she was a financial officer, and the problem is that when you start getting into detailed reports, only the financial officer can understand it, and it takes hours to explain it. AllaView is a software program that she created to make it more for the layman's. So it's easy to understand, and it's more visual in nature.
Yeah, this will disseminate one person, the person that's in my office currently, from having to do all of that work and disseminate that information. It will allow many other users to be able to go in and do what they need to do.
All right. Well, so we have this recommendation. The amount of the funding was it $30,000 for this program?
That's correct. That's for all 3 phases.
And how would we be paying for this?
The line item on there, 141, 72, 510, 119, which we've sat down and looked at, and there's money in that line item for us to afford this software package.
So what particular, is that tell me what fund is that? What, that we'd be taking this from?
Okay. It's from his personnel line item as far as his finance department goes. We have missing personnel, so we'll have additional money in that line item.
All right. Yes, Ms. Martin.
So your terminology and verbiage is that we're severely deficient.
That's not mine, that's AllaView's.
I mean, you're referencing that.
I'm not deep enough into it to say that, although I can tell from somebody coming in, it's very confusing. So from a limited viewpoint, yes, I would agree with that.
So this is going to help our finance department
Absolutely.
be not severely deficient.
It will help everybody be able to see financial data much more clearly and much more easily. And it will disseminate the responsibility and time that the finance department spends on generating all this information for everybody.
Did it say how long we were severely deficient?
They did not.
And it also helps us to get ahead of the new ESSA regulations that are coming out with concerns to finances. We're going to have to do something like this eventually anyway, so it helps us get out ahead of it and be more proactive.
Let's see, Mr. Dudley and then Ms. Powers.
Okay, what about a billing from local government? Have we still got a source for paying for that additional billing if we end up having to pay it?
I don't have that information at this time, but I can get that to you at a later time.
Okay.
You are gonna need to sell me on this because I'm leery. I've never heard of, was it chart of accounts? So, but I think I'm gathering that it's something, I think I'm getting a grasp on what that is, but I feel like we need to have our accounting system running really, really well before we add anything to it. And when you say I'm not deep enough in, that's just not selling me. And I need to be sold on this. Someone who was somewhere and was an accountant told you about it, and then he's not deep enough in to really recommend this, and I don't feel like we're running like a well-oiled machine in that department, so I'm gonna have to be sold on this before I can be in favor of this.
When I originally asked Mr. Parliament why, his answer was Allaview can help us get there sooner and clean up those chart of accounts faster. His company can do it, but it's going to take time to do it, whereas Allaview can help us get there sooner. So that's one component. And the other component, and correct me if I'm wrong, please, Mr. Parliament, the other component is the ESSA requirement, which we're going to have to do eventually anyway. So it's allowing us to be a little bit more proactive with that. And then the third component is that the training piece?
The training, and then there's a budget piece to this as well that will streamline budgeting and make budgeting a lot easier. And that's a module that is in beta version for them that they're allowing us to use for that. To address one of the statements that you made, I don't believe it's an either, I don't believe you need to get to one place before you do this. I believe this helps get us to that place much quickly.
Have you heard of Allaview before?
I have not, but you guys had already approved the pilot program, so when I came on, basically 2 weeks into it, I got a preview of the system. They did a webinar with me, and I previewed the system and was very impressed with it. And after immediately looking at some of the Skyward reports, it's easy for me to go in and run financial data out of Skyward. It's very difficult for people that aren't used to that to be able to do that. This program allows people that have no financial experience to be able to see that data very easily. So that's the other piece to this, but this is the first part of getting us to that point.
Have we spoken to other systems that are using this?
Using Allaview? Yes.
Like who, how many?
I can pull that data for you at a later time and give it back to you.
Well, no,
But
I mean, if you've talked to them, I mean.
I have talked to people that use Allaview. Allaview has also been acquired by IO Education, the company that we're using to do our scorecards, because they were extremely impressed not only with the CEO, but also the functionality of the program. They have user conferences in Baltimore. We were invited to a user conference, and it was heavily attended. So there's a lot of people that use Allaview.
With success.
From what I understand, yes.
Thank you.
Ms. Parker.
You mentioned that we were part of a pilot program with Allaview. We already made a payment to them for that, or was that just a trial test?
That was prior to my time, so I don't know what the financial arrangements to that were at this point.
We're using it with Anita Prentiger, with our new data coordinator, to look at a return on investment type of
Right, what's the cost
information.
on that?
15,000.
Can they do this, can they still give us that information without having to do this?
I think what we're talking about is two different modules that Allaview offers. One
Okay.
of them is more of an academic. This is more of a financial accounts payable type of program.
But
So
to
they're
do
two
a
different
return on
software.
investment, you're going to have financial information tied to that, correct? So, I mean, there's financial component on the first part.
True, but from what I understand, these are two separate software programs that do two separate things.
Okay. We love some software here in Murray County. We certainly love some software, and we don't have a handle on the software that we currently have, and that is concerning to me. So I'm struggling with this one.
All right, so any other questions? If not, on the floor for a motion, if anybody wants to make a motion. All right, so we have a motion by Mr. Dudley to approve the request. All right, we got a second by Mr. Pennings. All right, so open the floor for any discussion on the motion. Mr. Moore.
I'll just say this, and since I'm good at just saying things, I'm a bit frustrated with this because I don't know that if this is the answer or not, but it feels like we're throwing a piece of software at a problem. And maybe we are, maybe we're not, but that's how it feels sitting up here. And I bet you I'm not the only one that feels that way. So, just wanted to put that out there.
Yeah, I guess I'm struggling with the information that has been provided to us today. I'm just, as Ms. Powers, to borrow her term, I don't know if I've been sold on it yet. It's my understanding, I guess we've got a chart of accounts program with a program that we're paying quite a bit of money on, and I'm struggling with paying additional money for another program. And I would like to know a little bit more, make sure that this is okay with the comptroller's office, because the chart of accounts is a little, statutory thing that the state, like everything else, they dictate to us what our little categories are. And so I've just, based upon the information that I've got here today, I'm just not sure if I can approve the request. Any other discussion? All right, seeing none, we're ready to vote. All right, looks like that motion does fail on a vote 2-7, I believe. 2-9, excuse me. All right, so moving on down the agenda, we have a resolution of corporations, partnerships, and LLCs for treasury management services.
Basically, what this is doing is allowing us to do business with the trustee's office and First Farmers Bank. There were some outdated people listed, some names and contacts listed. So this is just a formal, they have to have it at a board meeting, and it has to be dated that there was a quorum and that people voted on it. So it is just giving Dr. Marzak and then myself authorization to do business with First Farmers in the trustee's office.
All right. Ms. Hargrove, I did have a question. It looks like it's a corporate resolution, but it lists the corporation as County of Murray County trustee. Should that say Murray County Board of Education? I just wasn't clear on
Well,
that.
from what I understand, our funds go, and y'all may can help me with this, but our funds go through the trustee's office.
I guess I'm just trying to figure out how we as a board can pass a resolution on behalf of the trustee. And I'm assuming this is probably from the bank. This is probably their form that they filled out, but Mr. Walliver?
In reviewing it, I just assumed that First Farmers, because the trustee does own the account, they just wanted to know who the authorized representatives would be. So I agree. I wondered the same thing, but I think what you're actually authorizing is the superintendent and the chief of staff to be able to deal with the account, even though it's nominally in the name of the trustee.
So primarily, this is a formal thing that the bank needs in order to deal with the accounts over at the bank,
It's
I
one of
guess.
these that every time you set up an account, they need a resolution. So I think they realized they didn't have what they needed or it was old.
Okay. Any questions or motion? All right, motion by Ms. Parker. All right, second by Ms. Powers. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, ready to vote. All right, looks like that, well, let's see. Yes, that motion passes, is unanimous. Moving on, announcements and communications. Are there any announcements by any board members? If not, it looks like this concludes the business before the board, and so motion adjourned by Mr. Moore, second by Mr. Pennings. Discussion on the motion.